Chapter 1 The answer chat room is open, everyone is confused. Early in the morning, in an apartment in New York, Manhattan. 3 years later, the system finally appeared. But this answering system is a bit interesting. Looking at the system panel, Suching raised his eyebrows, and then laughed. However, the curtain of the Marvel world has not been opened yet. Tony Stark has not yet become an Iron Man. If it is spoiled now, will it have some impact on the future? Upon hearing Suching's question, the system's voice filled with machinery replied, maybe it will cause some impact. After all, as the protagonists in the movie universe, Avengers members will inevitably trigger some butterfly effects after knowing what will happen in the future. However, the host can choose whether to turn on the system. Once it is turned on, the system will give the host a new identity in the future as a participant. The Supreme Magician Ancient One can't investigate the identity of the host through time gem. Definitely, the host can choose to just watch the speech and not answer the questions, but regardless of whether the host answers the questions or not, the host will receive the reward for correct answers. Listening to the strong mechanical sound of the system, Suching suddenly sat up from the sofa. In other words, the answer is to face the superhero of the future. I can be a spectator, or I can choose to participate in it. But as long as I choose to turn on the system, then you will give me a new identity about the future, making me less obtrusive in this world. Even the Supreme Magician Ancient One with Time Gem can't detect my news, right? Yes. Listening to Suching's inquiry, the system replied, the Supreme Magician Ancient One can use Time Gem to see the host's past and future, but what she sees is only what you want her to see, or the identity and experience made up. What are you waiting for? Listening to the system's answer, Suching said directly, regardless of whether you participate or not, you can get rewards for answering questions. It also exempts the owner of Time Gem, Ancient One Magician, from investigation. It can be said to exempt me from the biggest trouble. In that case, the answering system is on. Following Suching's order, the system instantly released a soft white light. Afterwards, a transparent panel similar to a chat room appeared directly in front of Suching. At the same time, what is this? Inside Tony Stark's seaside villa. Just sent away the cover girl who spent the night here last night. Tony Stark, who originally wanted to pour himself a glass of red wine, looked at the transparent panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, and suddenly he was shocked. After squeezing his eyebrows and realizing that this was not an illusion, Tony Stark immediately said to J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, can you detect the transparent panel in front of me? Sir, I suggest you drink a glass of juice in the morning to refresh your stomach. I'm not drunk, I haven't even drunk yet. Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S's unique voice full of magnetism, Tony Stark rolled his eyes suddenly. Is it an illusion? It's not right. J.A.R.V.I.S, check the villa for signs of intrusion, and scan my physical condition at the same time. I'm not sure what happened, but the transparent panel in front of me does exist. Listening to the seriousness in Tony Stark's tone, J.A.R.V.I.S immediately followed Tony Stark's order and began to scan the entire villa's network security. At the same time, Tony Stark's physical condition was detected. Sir, there is no sign of intrusion on the internet, and besides a hangover, your body is also very good and will not produce any hallucinations. However, based on your heartbeat, tone, and emotion analysis, what you have discovered so far should be the real situation. Real. Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S's detection and analysis, Tony Stark couldn't help putting down the wine glass in his hand. Interesting, what kind of alien technology is this? But are there really aliens in this world? Oh, there are so many people. Looking at the chat room, so many people suddenly appeared. Sitting on the sofa, Suching couldn't help but stretched his waist. Since the people have already come, then the chat function will be turned on. After they have adapted, the answer will be turned on. With Suching's order, the chat room that was in the muted state directly opened the chat, right? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. What is the situation? Alien technology? It's interesting, but what does the title after my name mean? Who said to love me 3,000 times? What's the answer? Intellectual quiz? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wait, didn't I just finished an operation? What is this in front of me? Also, why are you a playboy here? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, huh? You know me? Haha, as expected, as the greatest genius of this century, everyone knows me, but you are that? Listen to your tone, did I snatch your girlfriend? Strange, I'm here to negotiate FK off, just because you want to grab my girlfriend? You are a genius, but so am I. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. This is not an illusion? I thought it was because I was too tired recently. However, according to the introduction of the answer rule, you can get rewards for correct answers. So what is the problem? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. NA, are you here too? What is happening? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. Barton, so you are here too? I don't know what this is, but it seems to be a chat room for answering questions. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Don't make a noise. Although I don't know what happened, I haven't noticed the danger yet, so just wait and see. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Nick? Well, you are the director, you have the final say. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it good too. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. What is the answer? Chat room? Also, am I dead? Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. What's the situation? Steve Rogers. Haven't you fallen into a glacier 70 years ago? You know that you haven't even found the body now. Why are you here? Oh my god, is this the hell? Asterisk. Chapter 2: The Gloating Wanda and Pietro. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. 70 years? Has it been 70 years? I don't know what the situation is, but I shouldn't be an undead, right? Nick Fury, want to go on vacation on the moon? Captain, it's really been nearly 70 years since you drove a fighter plane into a glacier. As for whether you are undead or not, no one of us can say that it is good, but can you briefly introduce your situation? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Oh my god, this chat room is really magical, but I'm also curious, aren't you dead? Could dead man still answer the question? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. This is not scientific common sense, nor does it conform to the scope of medicine. God, what is the situation? Also, the nickname behind me, who do I want to negotiate with? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. Who knows, let me jump off the cliff. What a joke. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I don't know the situation on my side, it's a vast expanse of whiteness, except for the chat room titled Answering Questions, there's nothing left. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Just when everyone was puzzled, a mechanical sound immediately resounded in everyone's ears. Please note, members, answering questions at this moment is just the beginning. Question 1, when I went to show off Stark Industries' new weapons in the desert, who was the mastermind who planned the kidnapping of Tony Stark? Note, you have half an hour to answer the questions. Those who answer the wrong questions will be randomly deducted from their possessions, including but not limited to items such as IQ, money, ability, lifespan, etc. If you answer the question correctly, you will get the bonus skill, Teleport. This time the answer is 30 minutes. If no one answers, the system will randomly assign a person to answer. Please see the screen. With the sound of the thick mechanical sound falling, a video was suddenly played in the chat room. In the picture, Tony Stark, who originally carried a hint of pride, had just finished showing the new weapons of Stark Industries. Rejecting the invitation of Colonel Sam Happy Jeep, he was sitting in the car taking pictures with the soldiers next to him, and chatting about the cover girl. Suddenly a violent explosion sounded, and then many people rushed over with their weapons, and the target went straight to Tony Stark's car. Seeing that the soldiers around him were shot, Tony Stark hurriedly opened the car door and jumped down, randomly finding a stone to hide himself. While holding the mobile phone, I wanted to dial the rescue call, but in the next second, a bomb with the words Stark Industry fell down suddenly. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark scrambled and stood up just trying to escape. There was a bang, and the bomb exploded, directly blasting Tony Stark out. The picture stopped here abruptly. And everyone who saw this picture was stunned. This picture is too real, as if it really happened to them. Suddenly, everyone was silent. And Tony Stark, sitting on the sofa watching the video in the chat room, was even more unacceptable. No, this is a video about the future? In the video, I will be blown out by a missile with the words Stark Industry. You know, I have already talked to Obadi Yastin. 5 days later, after attending the evening awards ceremony, I will show off the latest weapons of Stark Industries the next day. For Stark Industries, the display of this new weapon is extremely important. Could it be that I will be kidnapped? Where will it even die? After all, the picture only stayed at the moment when he was blown out. This is this chat room for answering questions. Is it warning of your future? Thinking of this, Tony Stark fell silent. In the next second, the thick mechanical sound rang again in the answering chat room. The screen has finished playing. Please choose the correct answer from the options below. 1. Obadestan. 2. Hydra. 3. Local forces. You have 30 minutes to consider. After 30 minutes, if no one answers, the system will force one person to answer. As the mechanical sound of the system fell, in the next second, the originally peaceful chat room exploded once again. Wanda, I have the final say if the chaos in Zijing Town is not chaos at Tony Stark. I did not expect you to have this day too. This is retribution. Pietro, keep that bullet away from me. That's right, this is your retribution, Tony Stark. It just so happens that you have a try, the power of the weapon you have made. Tony, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Who are you two? What does this matter have to do with the two of you? Damn, are you two gloating? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Strange, something is wrong with you. Wanda, I have the final say if Zijingen is in chaos. Who are we? We are the people who were persecuted and ruined by your Tony Stark manufacturing weapons. Pietro, keep that bullet away from me. Wanda is right, BD, if you hadn't sold the weapons to the people in Sokovia, we wouldn't have lost our family. All of this is caused by you. Wanda, I have the final say on the chaos in Zijing Town. We were only 8 years old that year, and the shell pierced the roof of my house. Pietro and I hid under the bed all day and night. When we come out again, the home is gone. The death of my parents, we have been displaced since we were young. All of this is caused by you. Looking at the chat room, the twins Wanda and Pietro spoke. On the sofa, Tony Stark was extremely depressed at this moment. First, I saw that I was attacked in the desert a few days later, and my life and death were unknown. Then, in the answering chat room, there was another pair of twins whose families were ruined because of themselves. Why is everything related to yourself? Who did you provoke? More importantly, why didn't I remember that the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries were sold to people in Sokovia? Could it be that someone sold their own weapons through private channels? This is impossible. After all, Obadestan is in charge of Stark Industry for him. Who can know it? Obadian. Thinking of this, Tony Stark was shocked. It seems that among the three options just now, one of them is Obadiastan. After thinking about it, Tony Stark immediately shook his head. It can't be him. After all, he has been taking care of himself since his parents died in that damn car accident. And the reason why he can study and invent with peace of mind is all because he helps himself manage Stark Industry. For so many years, I have always regarded him as a relative, as an uncle. And no matter how absurd his behavior is, he always supports himself. Therefore, it is impossible for him to do such a thing. If you doubt anyone, you will never doubt him. Chat room. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Let's put things aside for now. First of all, one thing we have to make sure of is whether the kidnapping of Tony Stark is true in the clip we just played. You know, if I didn't guess wrong, according to the problem, this thing should happen sometime in the future. Tony, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It was 5 days later. To be precise, it was 6 days later. I have discussed with Obadi and let me show the demonstration of Stark Industrial's new weapons. Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? If this is the case, then maybe the video played in the chat room just after answering the question is really about the future. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. It's true. I have just been observing the people in the answering chat room and the clip just played, so to speak, the people who can enter here. Either the future is a superhero, or someone related to superhero. In short, this answering chat room seems to be able to play the future pictures. Oh, forgot to say, I am the Supreme Magician Ancient One, the Asgardian of the real dimension of the Earth. The reason for this is that I can see the future. Also, pay attention to the title behind your name. Strange, I'm here to negotiate? Magician. Can see the future? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Does the Earth still exist like magician? Why have I never heard of it? Besides, all the people here are superhero? Besides, I jumped off a cliff. Barton, I can win the battle. Does this world really have a magician? Are there still vampires, werewolves, or something? Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? Cough cough. It seems that there is a magician group, but I don't know about the magician group, but vampires and werewolves are all driven into the dark corner. They dare not come out? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. My God, there is such a thing in this world? This is too unscientific. As a doctor, I really want to dissect a vampire or werewolf. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. You are not right? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. You are not right? Barton, I can win the battle. Are your doctors all so terrible? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Inside the apartment. Suching, who was watching the screen, laughed at the speech of the members in the answering chat room. After listening to the system's individual reminder, Suching knew that it was time to make a bubble. Anyway, if you don't answer the questions, you can get rewards in the end. But now, the most important thing is to let the Supreme Magician watch the new identity written by the system. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Is he the only chance to fight the goddess of death? Suching is quite curious about the new identity written by the system. Especially the future written by the system for himself. Suching also wants to know what the situation is. Looking at the answering chat room, everyone said this again. After thinking about it, Suching is also ready to join. Well, as a spectator, you can get rewards if you don't answer the questions, and you can have a future in a justified way. It's reasonable. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get everyone, shouldn't it be the answer to the question that should be discussed now? Know that 10 minutes have passed. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Hey, good guy, look at the suffix of this name, is there really a goddess of death in this world? So as a god, its physiological structure and us. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Doctor Strange, it's muddy. Barton, I can win the battle. The new speaker just now is the same as the supreme magician who claims to be able to see the future, who has been diving and watching the screen. But he was right. The main thing now is to answer the questions. There are still 20 minutes. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Sucheng. Does the future superhero have this person? I want to look at the future again. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday at Supreme Magician Ancient One, Lord Magician, what's the situation? Don't you know the future? Don't you know the person named Su who just spoke? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive at Nick Fury. In my memory, Avengers is indeed not such a person, but maybe it was after my death. I want to look at the future again now. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff at Supreme Magician Ancient One. If you can, help me see the nickname behind my name, why should I jump off the cliff? Tony Stark, she said to love me 3,000 times, at Supreme Magician Ancient One, I also want to know whether I died under that missile or not. Besides, since you can see the future, you will definitely know who it is. Plan to kidnap me? That being the case, don't you know the answer when answering the question? Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Supreme Magician Ancient One. If it is true, please help me see if I have the opportunity to dissect vampires or werewolf aliens in the future. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Strange, it's muddy. Barton, I can win the battle if I have at Strange. Inside the magic holy place. Looking at the answering chat room, one by one active speeches. The Supreme Magician Ancient One just smiled, did not speak. Suddenly speaking, this person named Suching made himself very interested. After all, I have watched the future more than once, and have seen various scenes in the future. But what I can be absolutely sure of is that everything that will happen in this world in the future, there is absolutely no such superhero called Sucheng. Thinking of this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One stretched out his hands formed a seal, and the eye of Agamotto opened immediately, and the time gem, emitting a green light, began to work. Soon, in the eyes of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, scenes about the future began to unfold. But this time, it seems that many things have changed a lot. Although the Avengers are still the Avengers, some people are missing, such as the fantasy world. The extra person named Suching, the Supreme Magician Ancient One watched his future in particular. In the picture, Suching, who is upright and holding a sharp sword, stands upright. Behind him, the Avengers members stand one by one. And the enemy on the opposite side was not a member of the Titan family called Thanos this time, but a coquettish woman in a black robe, incarnation of a skeleton. The picture is here, broken directly, not showing the future. And seeing this scene, the Supreme Magician Ancient One was stunned. As the Asgardian in the real dimension of the Earth, as the Supreme Magician of the contemporary era, she naturally knows who this black-robed woman appears in the picture. That is one of the 5 gods of the universe in the legend, Death. Could it be that the true god named Death will descend on the Earth in the future, wanting to destroy the Earth, or even destroy the universe? If this is the case, then Avengers faces the goddess of death. There is no chance for even the slightest resistance. Even if you add yourself, Odin, the temple of Emperor Weishan behind you, and the people of the so-called celestial race in the universe. In the face of this god named Death, there is no resistance at all. Seeing this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One felt a little dazed. If this is true in the future, then the Earth that I have tried my best to protect will again. I just felt desperate, but suddenly it seemed as if I had thought of something. He quickly looked at the answering chat room, the person named Suching, the suffix behind his name. Nick Fury wants to go to the moon on vacation, Natasha Romanoff will choose to sacrifice for the Soul Gem cliff jump, including Strange and Dormammu negotiations, and Tony Stark daughter said to love him 3,000 times. These things, even if she did not live at that time, she still knew, so these suffixes are all true. So, in that case, what the suffix of this man named Suching shows is that the goddess of death is destined not to get a man. Does it symbolize the earth and the vitality of this universe? The more you think about it, the more reasonable the Supreme Magician Ancient One is. Since the postfix is not fake, then when the true gods die on the earth, the only trace of vitality should be on this man named Suching. Thinking of this, looking at Suching's speech in the answering chat room, a softness flashed in the eyes of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. That being the case, you might as well provide some help yourself. The new book sets sail, so I don't even talk about adding rules. In this way, data such as the Flower monthly ticket evaluation ticket will be updated as long as there is. Yes, as long as there is, it will be added. The Flower evaluation ticket will kill me. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Nick Fury, investigate a few people for me. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. What have you been looking straight at? Knocked on the door and came in, just about to hand over the files in hand to Nick Fury. But looking absent-minded, it seems that his eyes are always looking straight ahead, as if there is something he can't see. Nick Fury. Maria Hill asked curiously. Nothing. Looking at the speeches of these people in the answering chat room, Nick Fury shook his head gently. What's the matter? This document needs your signature and then archive it? Passing the documents in hand to Nick Fury, Maria Hill said, this time, the World Council's funding for us is reduced by 1/10. The reason is that we are really interested in which Pegasus project Tesseract has launched. It's too costly. But Mr. Alexander Pierce has already talked to the people of the World Council. It is estimated that the less money will be allocated to us soon. Hearing what Maria Hill said, Nick Fury nodded slightly. He took out his pen and signed his name on the document, and then handed the document to Hill again. Looking at Hill, who wanted to turn around and leave, Nick Fury thought for a while, and suddenly said, there are a few people on my side, and you need to send someone to pay close attention. Oh? Where's the list? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill reached out for the list. A doctor named Strange, a pair of twins named Wanda and Pietro, and a young man named Suching. Looking at Maria Hill, who reached out for her identity list, Nick Fury directly said these 4 names. It's too general. I need some detailed information about these people's specific surnames, identities, current residence, etc. Neither do I, only these names. Listening to Hill's words, Nick Fury shook his head gently. He also knew that it was too embarrassing to just say these few names. After all, there are so many people in the world, and there will definitely be more people with the same name and surname. So if you want to find these few people in this vast world, even S.H.I.E.L.D. is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, the Supreme Magician Ancient One in the answering chat room claims that the person who can appear in the answering chat room is either the future superhero, or someone related to the future superhero. So, Nick Fury couldn't help but take it seriously. I only know that Strange is a doctor, and the Wanda Pietro twins are orphans. In Sokovia, their parents died of weapons developed by Stark Industries at the age of 8. If you know the ages of Wanda and Pietro, you can almost find someone based on time calculations and specific locations. It's just that I don't know anything except the name and these news now. Having said that, Nick Fury raised his head and glanced at the answering chat room, Suching, and the suffix behind his name. Then he said, as for this person named Suching, I don't know anything about him. Well, I will try my best to find it. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Maria Hill thought for a while, and then nodded. The doctor named Strange is okay. He is also very famous in the medical profession in New York. As for Wanda and Pietro, I'm not sure if I can find them, and Suching, I can't do anything. After all, the world is too big. Understand? Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury nodded softly. After Maria Hill pushed the door to leave, Nick Fury leaned back on the chair, looked at the people talking in the answering chat room, and nodded thoughtfully. If it is really like what the Supreme Magician said, all here are superhero, then I have also joined in. Is it possible to infer that the Avengers plan that I have been conceiving is really successful in the future? And Tony Stark should not die in the upcoming attack. Otherwise, he is not qualified to appear in the answering chat room. What about Captain America Steve Rogers? What happened in this answering chat room is all in the future. Does that also mean that he can appear here to prove that he is still alive? Is it just because of some reasons that there is no recovery? If this is the case, then it would be too scary. Marvelous. Thinking of this, Nick Fury took out his cell phone and sent a message to Natasha Romanoff and Barton each. The content of the short message is very simple, just think of a way to figure out the identity of everyone. No matter what, if there is really a superhero, then you must absorb it into Avengers. After sending the message, the whole person leaned on the chair and looked at the content in the chat room. The direction of this question is spinning rapidly in Nick Fury's mind. After all, who planned the attack on Tony Stark? There are rewards for correct answers. If it is really the teleporting skill, it will be very attractive. Please ask for flowers and evaluation votes, add more if you have data. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Tony, I think you are taking advantage of me. Can you get some information? I'm good at this thing. New York, inside an apartment. Stretching, Natasha Romanoff looked at the message from Nick Fury on the phone, and then nodded gently. In the chat room that just answered the question, listening to the speeches of the twins Wanda and Pietro, it was obvious that the twins should not be very old. So, wanting to get some questions from them is very simple for myself. As for that Sucheng. Looking at the content in the answering chat room, Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows subconsciously. Interesting, is the goddess of death destined to not get a man? Huh. Answer the questions in the chat room. There are still 15 minutes before the answer, please pay attention. The strong mechanical sound sounded again, and the people who were talking about various things in the original answering chat room were once again in silence. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Everyone, I must have heard the prompt, we still have 15 minutes to answer the question. Definitely, as the only person who knows the answer to this question, if no one chooses to answer, then I will answer at the last minute. But in this way, you won't be able to get that reward. You must know that the teleportation reward is a dispensable skill for me. Watching the speech of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. The chat room is alive again. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation, dear Supreme Magician. I remember you just said that you are going to look at the future again, so do you have a result? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Can anyone really see the future? Why am I so unbelieving? But if it is true, then I want to know, did I die under that weapon? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Actually, from the beginning, I wanted to ask about one thing. Is there any difference between magicians' body structure and ordinary people? Also, if possible, let me use a professional instrument to check. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at, you shut up. Barton, I can win the battle same as above, at, shut up. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get that Supreme Magician, have you seen my future? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Tony Stark, you are not dead. At Suqing, I saw that it belongs to you, belongs to the earth, and even belongs to the future of this universe. In any case, I will thank you in the name of Supreme Magician. Although I don't know what the final result will be, boy, you are a respectable superhero. Inside the apartment. Seeing the speech of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, Suqing raised his eyebrows slightly. That child made Suqing a little speechless. But think about it, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Although I don't know how old the Supreme Magician Ancient One is now, it should be hundreds of years old. And I'm 19 years old, so, there's nothing too big a problem. What kind of false future has the system arranged for itself so that the Supreme Magician Ancient One can say thank you personally? With this curiosity, Suqing directly asked the system. After hearing the systematic answer, knowing that his future is for the earth, leading the Avengers to fight against the death of one of the 5 great gods with swords. What else can Suqing say? Can only give a thumbs up to the system. New batch. Fighting against death, tut. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, it's fine if I didn't die. As long as I didn't die, I would definitely find out who was in charge this time. But at Suqing, man, what did you do to make this so-called magician thank you? Suqing, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark, where do I know? I can't see the future. But superhero? I never thought about it. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Suqing, man, believe me, I never thought of becoming a so-called superhero, I just want to do something. But once some things happen, we can't avoid it. Definitely, we may have a lot of choices, whether it is a temporary hero or a lifetime of ordinary people. Perhaps at that moment, the decision you make, the energy that bursts out, will not even be imagined by you. However, superhero has never been a job, it is more of a responsibility that belongs to everyone and everyone who has a righteous heart. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, at Steve Rogers, are you so fooling about your roaring commando members? The eloquence is so good, no wonder my father always talks about you, and always teaches me with you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark, who is your father? I know, wait, your last name is Stark? Isn't the daddy in your mouth, Howard Stark? My God, when I met him last time, he said he was a non-marriagist. Unexpectedly, regaining consciousness again, his son can talk to me. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Steve Rogers, I always think you are taking advantage of me. The 6th update, 449 flowers, 8 evaluation votes plus more. There are still flowers evaluation votes, if there are, I will continue to add more. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Tony, Peepo, you make me sad. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark, it's not an advantage to you, after all, according to my relationship with Howard, I should be your uncle. By the way, Howard is okay now. Although I am dead now, if possible, help me and him roar. Seriously, I still miss him a bit. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, what happened? At Natasha Romanoff, at Barton. Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday ahem, at Steve Rogers, Captain Rogers, I'm sorry to inform you that the Howards died in a car accident on December 24, 1991. That year, Tony Stark is only 21 years old. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark, sorry, I didn't know Howard had passed away. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It doesn't matter, time has passed for so long anyway, but at Steve Rogers, I don't admit that I have an uncle like you. Inside Tony Stark's villa. After sending this message, Tony Stark leaned back on the sofa. His face is a bit solemn. Even in the answering chat room just now, saying that it doesn't matter to me. But in fact, when he thinks of the damn accident in which his parents died in a car accident, Tony Stark feels agitated and heavy in his heart. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is a genius, a cynical playboy, a billionaire who inherited Stark Industries at the age of 21. But who knows how sad he was after learning the news on that icy night? If it weren't for Obadestin, this person who has always regarded himself as an uncle would accompany him and help himself through this difficult period of time. Even helping himself to deal with the board of directors, the group of guys who wanted to annex Stark Industry after their parents died. I'm afraid I will definitely be swallowed by sadness and regret. If one day when the father and mother leave, they are not angry, but can really say goodbye to them, then this matter will not become the eternal regret and pain buried in my heart. Roar. With a long sigh of relief, Tony Stark picked up the glass in front of him and drank the drink in one go. But because of the mention of his parents, the depression that was difficult to vent was produced in his heart, but he still couldn't let it go. What's wrong? Walked in from outside and looked at Tony Stark, who was sitting on the sofa and took a sip of red wine with a serious face. Kobo put down the bag in his hand and sat next to him and asked softly, "Who made you angry again? Could it be that the cover girl last night? It's a dead BD who suddenly appeared again. He mentioned something that I thought I had forgotten, but I have never really forgotten." This sentence is extremely slurred, but as the assistant who knows Tony Stark best, Kobo seems to be able to understand it. Some things are destined to be hard to forget, but the past things have already passed. Even if they are unacceptable, we can only accept them, because we have no choice in the past. Listening to Peboan's whispering comfort, Tony Stark glanced at Kobo curiously. "Do you know what I'm talking about?" "I don't know, but I comforted you according to what you said. Is there anyone who knows you better than I do?" A seemingly arrogant, cynical playboy, who doesn't care about anything on the surface, but is actually a delicate and warm BD. Looking at Tony Stark, Kobo said with a smile. Listening to Kobo's comment on himself, Tony Stark shrugged and put down the wine glass in his hand. You can't lose your temper with Kobo. Don't ask why. After all, it's really not easy to find an assistant who can understand yourself. Perhaps, it is more appropriate to define it with friends. Well, although I don't know what happened, the regular counseling is over. Standing up, watching Tony Stark professionally smiled, "I have to clean up the trash you left last night. Fortunately, the cover girl has already left, otherwise, I will have to clean up with her." After speaking, he turned around and left Tony Stark's side. Kong busy. Seeing Kobo leave without a trace, Tony Stark immediately spread his hands. "Don't be like this, please. Kobo. You deserve it. If you don't bring those trash back overnight, then I won't have to be so troublesome in the morning." Listening to Tony Stark behind him, Kobo said mercilessly. 300 flowers plus more, the 7th is delivered, and there is a flower evaluation ticket. Asterisk. 8th, Barton gets rewards, Suching rewards are more perfect. Attention, everyone, there are still 5 minutes to answer the question. If anyone wants to answer, please answer as soon as possible. If no one is willing to answer, then when the time comes, the system will designate someone to answer. Listening to the answering chat room, the countdown sound of the system machinery came again, and everyone discussed again. "Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. First of all, there is one answer that can be ruled out, that is, Obadestin. After all, that is a person treated like a family member by me. So he cannot be the man behind the kidnapping of me in the future. Barton, I can win the battle, not necessarily. You have to know that the human heart is the least detectable. Sometimes, the closer you are, the easier it is to betray you. Just like when I was young, I was once in a circus. Having said this, Barton did not continue. Instead, I started to analyze it directly. Barton, I can win the battle. First of all, we can analyze according to which option is Obadi Stein, now the executive director of Stark Industries. The second option is Hydra. This option can also be used as an alternative. After all, Mr. Howard Stark created S.H.I.E.L.D. back then for the purpose of fighting Hydra. As for the third option, we can ignore it. The title refers to the messenger behind the scenes. The people who kidnapped Tony Stark must be local forces, so they should be the executors rather than the messengers behind the scenes. Barton, I can win the battle. Then there are only two answers we can choose, one is Obadi Stein and the other is Hydra. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It is absolutely impossible to be Obadi Stein, I firmly believe this after all. Nick Fury, want to go on holiday on the moon at Tony Stark, I can't say so absolutely. Barton, I can win the battle at Nick Fury, that's right, let's think about it, if Tony Stark is attacked, who will benefit? Who is the biggest beneficiary, then whose motivation is greater? This is the same truth. If Tony is really attacked, then the biggest beneficiary is Obadi Stein. After all, he is now the executive director of Stark Industries. As for Hydra, oh, it's ugly, it's not certain whether they still exist, and if Mr. Howard Stark is still alive, then Hydra will definitely take action. There is no meaning of disrespect, but for Mr. Tony Stark, Hydra really doesn't take it seriously. Having said that, Barton answered directly to the answering chat room, so this time to lead Tony Stark, the messenger behind the scenes, I choose Obadi Stein. Hearing Barton's answer, Tony Stark frowned, although I don't know who you are, buddy, trust me, this option must be wrong. Hawkeye, Barton answered. May I ask, Clint Barton, are you sure of your answer? Taking a deep breath, looking at the transparent chat panel in front of him, Barton nodded slightly. Looking at Nick Fury, who was also constantly communicating with himself via text messages, Barton said firmly, okay. Congratulations to Mr. Clint Barton for answering correctly, he will get the bonus skill, Teleport. Barton, who was still a little nervous, heard the thick mechanical sound and announced that he had answered correctly. Barton shook his fist immediately. The next moment, a soft light that only Barton could see, enveloped him. As the light faded, Barton suddenly felt that his body was full of energy. With a move of mind, the whole person came directly to 10 meters away. Is this teleport? This feeling makes Barton feel very strange. Seeing that I was sitting on the swing outside the house just now, but in an instant, I came directly to the lawn. I checked the distance visually, it was about 10 meters away. In other words, this teleportation skill is real, but the range of teleportation is about 10 meters, but teleportation seems to consume some energy. According to my current physical strength, if I teleport directly without stopping, then I can only teleport 5 times in a row at most. But with my arrow technique, it is also a great life-saving hole card. Estimating his physical fitness, Barton mused. At the same time, in the apartment where Suching is in Manhattan. So, Barton can only teleport 5 times at most, after which he has to rest for an hour, like a skill cooldown. Looking at the system's separate introduction to his own skills, Suching suddenly discovered the difference in his own teleport skills. The skills acquired by Hawkeye have a cooling time and consume physical strength. But for myself, there are not so many requirements. As long as Suching is willing, he can always use the teleport skill. And Barton's teleportation range is at most 10 meters around, and his teleportation is 100 times stronger than his range. In other words, the skills I have acquired are not the same as those acquired by other superhero, and they are the perfect strengthening version of the skills they have acquired. Thinking of this, Suching immediately looked at the answering chat room. At this moment, as Barton finished answering the question, the answer chat room was directly exploded. The 8th one is added. The brothers and sisters will be given flowers and evaluation tickets as a reward monthly ticket. Continue to play tomorrow. If there is still flower reward data tomorrow, then it will be 10, and Zioba can also write it out. Asterisk. Chapter 8. The betrayal of a loved one is more heartbroken than an enemy attack. This is impossible. Listening to the answer chat room, the strong mechanical sound announced that Barton had answered correctly. Tony Stark's face suddenly turned pale. Perhaps Tony Stark's psychological endurance is stronger at this moment. But I haven't experienced the kidnapping, the dark torture in the cave. At this moment, Tony Stark mentally bears ability, and he can't compare with that after becoming Iron Man. So you know that after 6 days, the person who planned to attack and kidnap him in the desert was actually after Obadiahston, whom he had always regarded as his uncle and the only relative besides Peepo. Tony Stark suddenly felt very unacceptable. A sense of absurdity made him want to refute this question fiercely. But the subconscious told him, maybe it was like the guy named Hawkeye. Barton said. Obadiahston is indeed the person most likely to plan an attack and kidnap himself. After all, once he was kidnapped, he was even killed directly. Then the biggest beneficiary will be the present one, the executive director of Stark Industries. Perhaps after his own disappearance and death, Stark Industries will become a company named after Obadiahston. But I know the truth. But after knowing that this person who was regarded as a relative and regarded as an elder was murdered, Tony Stark still feels uncomfortable. Why is it he? Peepo walked out, who had just cleaned up the room. At this moment, Tony Stark's face was pale, and his eyes were full of decadence and loss. Seeing this scene, Peepo immediately threw away the contents in his hand and hurried to Tony Stark's side. One side was a little distressed and hugged his whole body, and trembling a little because of the shocking news, Tony Stark. While facing J.A.R.V.I.S, he hurriedly said, J.A.R.V.I.S, scan Tony's body to see what's wrong. After speaking to J.A.R.V.I.S, looking at Tony Stark who was holding his arm around him, it seemed that even Roar was trembling with Tony Stark. His eyes couldn't help but feel distressed. It's okay, did something happen? It's okay, it will always pass, don't be afraid. Holding it lightly, at this moment, it was like losing the most beloved toy, and the heartbroken child. Kobo placed his chin on Tony Stark's head, constantly comforting softly. Although I don't know what happened, I don't know why I just went in and cleaned the room. After coming out, Tony Stark became like this. But Kobo continued to comfort him softly. Ms. Peebo, you can detect that Mr. Stark is very depressed, sad, and angry at this moment. I suggest you comfort Mr. Stark. After scanning Tony Stark's body, it was found that there was no specific illness or injury. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately analyzed Tony's mental state based on Tony Stark's performance just now. Need not. Feel the soft comfort of the people around you, and listen to the unique voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony Stark stood up slowly and said in a low voice, I need to stay quiet for a while and think about some things alone. Some things, I have to think about how to deal with them. With that said, Tony Stark, who was originally proud and stood upright wherever he went, was like a hound that had been defeated. With his head drooping, he walked slowly back to his room, no longer the arrogant aura he had before. Looking at Tony Stark in the room where Jane was alone after closing the door. Peepo opened his mouth in hesitation, but Roar still didn't call him. With unspeakable concern in his eyes, Pei Wave sighed, and then asked J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, tell me what happened this morning. I'm sorry, Ms. Pepper, Mr. Stark didn't allow me to disclose any information, but apart from the question about Mr. Stark's emotions, there was nothing unusual this morning. Listening to Peebo's question, J.A.R.V.I.S replied with a voice full of magnetism. Peebo was not so satisfied with J.A.R.V.I.S's answer. Just listening to Tony's room, suddenly there was a grumpy, throwing and smashing sound. Peebo still sighed. Just got up and walked to Tony Stark's room, trying to reach out and knock on the door to comfort him. But just raised his hand, but stopped again. After a long time, he sighed, then moved a chair over and sat quietly at the door. As the person who is most familiar with Tony, perhaps at this moment, it is better to leave him alone quietly. After all, someone with a strong mind like Tony Stark doesn't want others to see his weak side. Perhaps sometimes, the betrayal of a loved one is more unacceptable than an enemy's attack. At least for Tony Stark, this is the case. I'll go to dinner and mail the contract first. Now there are more than 500 flowers and more than 100 evaluation votes. The monthly ticket reward is 0. This is the first update. Let's continue today. You will give the monthly ticket reward for the flower evaluation ticket. Add more, keep playing, 10 more is also possible. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Wanda, we are each other's only relatives. The suffix at the end of your name is so special. The man that the goddess of death is destined to not get is quite handsome. Answer the questions in the chat room. Seeing the widow's sister who sent herself a private chat, Suching was shocked. The suffix at the end of your name is also quite special, so stop fighting, I'm jumping off the cliff. After thinking about it, Suching responded directly. Oh, who knows, but according to the Supreme Magician Ancient One in the group, the suffix of each person's name has a special purpose, and even represents someone's future. Holding the mobile phone, the widow's sister sent a message to Nick Fury, telling Wanda and Pietro where they are at the moment. While chatting with Suching. Yes, according to the age in the Marvel movie universe, Wanda and Pietro are only about 13 or 14 at the moment. Even when I was 8 years old, I experienced the pain of losing a loved one, and I have been displaced and seen many bad people over the years. Have a strong defensive heart. But after all, the age is too young. Under the intimate persuasion of Natasha Romanoff, the consideration of the situation, the language of the same hatred, and the warm comfort of a sister, the brothers and sisters Wanda and Pietro were unknowingly taken out of their current location by Natasha Romanoff. In fact, Natasha Romanoff is professional in obtaining intelligence. So in just 2 hours to get the time, you get the identities of Wanda and Pietro and where they are now. Natasha Romanoff set his sights on Suching again. As for Strange. Hi, that guy who is as arrogant as Tony Stark, Maria Hill has already investigated her true identity. The suffix behind your name is a man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Does that prove that you will never die? After sending the message to Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff asks Suching in private chat in the answering chat room. I don't know, I'm just an ordinary person now, I can't see the future, who knows? Looking at the message sent by Natasha Romanoff, Suching answered directly. Do you disclose your current location so that S.H.I.E.L.D. can find yourself? For Suching, there are advantages and disadvantages. But for now, Suching hasn't wanted to let S.H.I.E.L.D. find himself. So looking at the private chat that Natasha Romanoff suddenly sent over, it was obvious that I first got close to myself, and then gradually became familiar, after I got my own information. As a person familiar with Marvel movie universe, Suching naturally knows how much S.H.I.E.L.D., or the current Snake Shield, likes Nosy. So if you want to investigate yourself, you might as well tease them. In other words, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to get from themselves what they want to know. That's what Suching wants to let S.H.I.E.L.D. know. Although this sentence is a bit slurred, this is the fact. Glancing at the clock, the time is almost up. Suching got up and walked directly downstairs. In the 3 years since I came to the Marvel world, although I am not a rich man, but at least I can support myself. After all, whether formal or not, the store you own is enough for your own expenses every year. Sokovia, inside the Hydra base. Sister, did you tell the man named Natasha Romanoff where we are? Inside the room. Sitting on the chair, looking at Wanda, who was hugging her knees and wondering what she was thinking, Pietro asked softly. Obviously she was born a minute earlier than her, but she always let herself call her sister. Well, as long as Wanda can be happy and change from an elder brother to a younger brother, there is no big deal. Well, I have already told her where we are. Hearing Pietro's question, Wanda nodded slightly. I don't know if she is a bad person, but it doesn't feel like it to me. Although I don't know her series of conversations, what is the purpose of unintentionally wanting to obtain our specific position? But Pietro, this may be an opportunity for us. Putting her chin on her knees, Wanda said helplessly, since the death of our parents, we have been displaced all these years, and sometimes we can't even eat a full meal. Sometimes, I really envy those children who have mom and dad. Whenever I see those children acting like a baby in front of their parents, I always think, if our mom and dad weren't dead, it would be great. Later, we were caught here by those people, Pietro. Although we have a place to live here, we can eat and dress warmly every day. However, many people of the same age who came from the same group as us died on the operating table, in the research room. I don't know that day it will be our turn. Having said this, Wanda raised her head and looked at Pietro. I don't want to die, at least we haven't avenged our parents yet. The Natasha Romanoff who chats with us privately, doesn't she want to know where we are? Doesn't she want to know all of us? Perhaps, this is the only opportunity that will allow us to leave this damn base. I want to take a gamble. Anyway, those experiments will be our turn sooner or later. Instead of worrying about it, I don't know when we will die on the test bench. It's better to bet. And I feel that she doesn't look like a bad person. After speaking, Wanda gradually lowered her head, hugged her knees again, and sat curled up, placing her chin on her knees. Seeing this scene, Pietro stepped forward and hugged her sister with some distress. It's okay, I trust your instinct. Patting Wanda's back gently, the gentle voice seemed to be comforting. In these years, we have experienced less pain. If it weren't for your amazing instinct, we might have died from the age of 8 to now. Countless times. This time, whether the bet is right or wrong, you still have me. I will always be with you. After all, in this world, we are each other's only relatives. There are more than 600 flowers. Okay, if you keep giving the data, I will keep adding more to see if it can reach 10 more today. Asterisk. Chapter 10. This is not hard work, but hardship. This guy named Suching is a bit difficult, and he is very vigilant towards me. Answering the phone, listening to Nick Fury's inquiry on the other end of the phone, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. Is there any information you can't figure out? Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury asked with a smile. Give me some more time, anyway, don't worry, after all, he is still just an ordinary person. At least he said that to me. I don't know the specifics for the time being. Pours himself a cup of hot coffee, Natasha Romanoff sips it lightly, and then asks Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, yes, Barton got the reward called teleport. How did the test go? Really? It is true. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Nick Fury directly replied, Barton has tested it. The range of each teleport is about 10 meters in radius, and it can teleport 5 times in a row. Definitely, after 5 times, you have to rest for an hour. That's pretty good too. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. According to Barton's arrow method and strength, if teleport is used as a support, then whether it is attacking or saving lives, it is considered to have a strong hole card. By the way, what are you going to do with the poor brother and sister? After taking a sip of coffee, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, "It can be seen from the chat that the twins deliberately revealed the location of the news to me, wanting to save them by our hands. A very smart pair of twins. Although the methods are still a little immature, they are still relatively young after all. If they are trained, then I'm not going to do this." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "I am going to let Hill lead the team this time to save the brothers and sisters of Wanda and Pietro. But after that, I am not going to let them join SHIELD. You know what happened in the answering chat room. Since I can enter here, it means that either the future will be superhero or someone related to superhero. S.H.I.E.L.D can cultivate elites and agents, but it cannot cultivate superhero. This need not be denied. After all, even you or Barton joined S.H.I.E.L.D halfway through, and when you joined S.H.I.E.L.D, you were already a master. Same as I thought." Hearing Nick Fury say this, Natasha Romanoff stretched out and then laughed. "If it is rescued, let me raise it. Seriously, I really envy Barton, but you know my situation, Nick, I won't have a child that belongs to me in this life. So since I can't have a baby that belongs to me, but it would be nice to have an extra younger sibling. At least, I also have a family, don't I? You can't let me go back to that damn red house, and leave Yelena." Having said that, Natasha Romanoff did not go on. After Nick Fury heard Natasha Romanoff's words, he pondered for a moment, and then nodded, "That's good. I believe you can teach two very outstanding superhero in the future. But except for the people in the chat room, I'm not going to reveal Barton's whole cards. This is a kind of battle for him, and even a life-saving guarantee. Even Hill. Yes. I totally agree." Sitting back on the sofa, the widow's sister raised Erlang's legs and placed it on the coffee table. "Next, just wait for the new answer to appear. As for Sue, give me some time, I can investigate everything about him. Thanks for your hard work." Hearing Natasha Romanoff say so, Nick Fury said hard, and hung up the phone. Hard. Put down the phone in his hand and looked at the bright and warm sunshine outside the window. A wry smile appeared on Natasha Romanoff's face. This is not hard work, but hard life. Obviously it was a good vacation, but suddenly there was another chat room for answering questions, but that's okay. At least maybe there is a chance to strengthen yourself like Barton. If. Halfway through talking to herself, the widow's sister's eyes were a little gloomy. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his abdomen subconsciously. If it's like a normal girl, that would be great. A life without a marriage or funeral may be a bit incomplete. He shook his head, and threw out the random thoughts in his mind. Looking at strange speech in the answering chat room, the widow's sister suddenly smiled speechlessly. Immediately, I continued to send a private chat to Sucheng. "Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Magician Ancient One. In this case, your strength must be very strong, so can you please catch me a vampire or a werewolf? I want to dissect it and study it. This may be an extremely significant breakthrough in the medical field, maybe. I promise not to kill them. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at, buddy, I asked you to dissect it and guarantee that you won't die. You are too scary to study medicine, at least you have to think about vampires and werewolves, okay? Maybe they don't want to be dissected by you. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton. It's not a person, I just want to take medicine further. It's definitely not my curiosity, maybe I can discover new medical theories. Maybe. Inside the magic holy place. Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, the Supreme Magician Ancient One was silent for a while. Then he asked Mordu next to him, "You said, how about we catch Strange now?" Asterisk. Chapter 11 Tony, the decision I made is something no one can change. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I have decided, I will go to the Ahan Desert in advance to show the latest weapons of Stark Industries. Answer the questions in the chat room. Seeing that Tony Stark suddenly said these words, everyone was taken aback. Barton, I can win the battle at Tony Stark, man, you don't think that you set off early and then display new weapons? The group of people who attacked you, including Obadi Stan, will do it now. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Barton is right, at Tony Stark, no matter what, the safest way is to not go to the desert, otherwise, whether you advance or delay, I'm afraid that attack is always unavoidable. Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? I think Barton and Natasha Romanoff are right, at Tony Stark, since Obadiah Stein wants to be kidnapped or even murdered, then whether it is you it's useless to advance or postpone. The safest way is not to go. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I think they are right. Looking at the answering chat room, everyone was dissuaded by Tony Stark, who suddenly said that he wanted to advance. Inside the store. After receiving the money and looking for the money, Suching thought for a while and started to speak directly in the answering chat room. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at, I think you have misunderstood one thing. I think at Tony Stark, the reason why you want to advance, I am afraid it is not because of fear of this attack. Or because this new weapon is important to the Stark industry. I am afraid Mr. Tony Stark wants to test Obadi Stan. Or maybe it's the last chance to give him a chance. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching. Wow, someone finally understands me. It's not easy. I think, man, we can have a good drink when we have time. Trust me, there is a lot of good wine in my wine cabinet. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at, everyone, I have just talked to Obadi Stein on the phone and told him that I am going to the Ahan Desert to show new weapons in advance. NS. In addition, I also jokingly said that this time I won't be attacked or anything like that. In fact, just like Atsuching said, I want to give him a chance. Anyway, I want to give it a try. Things like this showdown with him have been said. I really want to see if he will send someone to kidnap or even murder me. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times anyway. At Magician Ancient One, I have said that I will not die in this attack, so since I will not die, there will be no future troubles. In any case, for so many years, I have always regarded him as my uncle and as a family member. I am willing to give him one last chance in this kind of showdown situation. If he gives up, then I am willing to assume that nothing has happened. Seeing Tony Stark's speech, everyone was shocked, and then they began to speak to discourage Tony Stark's decision. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation at Tony Stark. Don't use your own life to test the human heart. The human heart is the most untestable. Even if your life is not in danger, I don't recommend this. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I agree with what Nick said. At Tony Stark, once someone has done something that hurts you, after being discovered and forgiven by you, then believe me, man, what you get is not it would be the sorry he said. It's his more serious damage. This is due to human character. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark. I agree with what Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff said. Don't test people's hearts, or the result will be unacceptable to you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Tony, don't do this. As a dead, I hope you can cherish your life. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive. I think, this is nothing. After all, First of all, at Tony Stark, he will not die in this attack. Secondly, this encounter will be Tony Stark's best training. This is also the first metamorphosis of superhero. Definitely, this will make him suffer a bit, but which superhero will grow without suffering? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Thank you for your advice. Rest assured, since I have made a decision, I must have done a lot of preparations. Besides, no one can change the decision I made. I also know that human hearts cannot withstand calculations, but I am still a little unwilling. Perhaps we can't convict someone for something that hasn't happened yet, but at least I am going to kill some things in the initial bud. Inside Tony Stark's villa. Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Tony Stark's eyes flashed solemnly. The fourth one is delivered. Brothers and sisters, the flowers and evaluation votes are not good. There are still flowers evaluation votes. I want to add more. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Doctor Strange, can learning magic dissect a vampire? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. Okay, now that Tony has decided, so be it, I will send some men to protect you secretly. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, at Nick Fury, thank you. I also asked Harpy to find some mercenaries here. There are Colonel Rod and his subordinates on the surface, and yours in the dark, plus some mercenaries I hired. This time there shouldn't be a big problem. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. If it's really dangerous, after coming back, welcome to my hospital. Although I focus on neurons, I can still perform general surgery. Maid. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at, I appreciate your kindness, but I dare not look for you. What if you dissected me? You still think about vampires and werewolves. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Having said that, at Magician Ancient One, are you sure you won't get me some werewolves? Are vampires for me to study? If it's a question of price, everything is easy to say. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at, I am thinking, do you want to arrange that disaster for you in advance? Strange at Magician Ancient One? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. At Magician Ancient One, what did you just say in advance? Did you? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. At Magician Ancient One, according to your opinion, is this Doctor Strange able to become a superhero in the future? You created it? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. According to a sentence from the Supreme Magician Ancient One, after adding these people in the chat room, Nick Fury instantly analyzed a lot of things. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Nick Fury. Yes, I am the Supreme Magician of the contemporary era, and the Asgardian of the real dimension of the Earth, you all know that. But this Strange is the next Supreme Magician, my successor. In the face of everyone's curiosity, the Supreme Magician Ancient One did not refute. After all, the questions raised in this answering chat room already involve some future, so sooner or later everyone will know. Speaking out now can also make Strange mentally prepared. This is also a good thing, but the only pity is that in the absence of that car accident, his hands were abandoned all over the world looking for doctors for treatment, but ultimately to no avail. Whether Strange will be competent in the future is a big question. However, it does not matter. This doomed ordeal is gone, and he can set some other trainings for him. Always let him gradually grow into a qualified Doctor Strange, the next Supreme Magician. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, so to speak, you've got a trick after that? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. At Tony Stark, believe in magic, not juggling, although according to the education and science I have been exposed to, things like magic are too difficult accepted. However, this answering chat room can appear. There are werewolves and vampires in the world, so it is normal to have magic. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Magician Ancient One, Honorable Supreme Magician Ancient One, according to your statement, I will be your disciple in the future, and I will become the next Supreme Magician. Then, can I learn magic right now? In addition, if I learn your skills, do I have the ability to catch a vampire or werewolf? If this is the case, then I am very willing to learn magic with you. After all, as a doctor, I look forward to one day being able to conduct anatomical research on these unknown creatures. Barton, I can win the battle, good fellow. I am a good fellow rower. I use all the honorifics, but I still need to dissect vampires and werewolves. You can take over as the Supreme Magician in the future. This, professional. Can't you let go of those poor vampires and werewolves? They don't seem to provoke you. This kind of obsession is not worth it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton, sir, no matter whether I can become a magician in the future, but first of all, I am a doctor, as a qualified and praised genius doctor by countless people. This kind of research and obsession is a must. Besides, Mr. Barton, aren't you curious about this? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff we are not curious, we are all normal people. And I don't like to use that fork to deal with vampires. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get that. Shouldn't we discuss it with Tony Stark? You know, the big reason why Tony Stark didn't die in this attack was that he didn't know what he was going to be kidnapped. But the problem now is that he already knows and has made a lot of adequate preparations, which is equivalent to the butterfly effect. Maybe many things will change. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, does anyone care about me at last? This is so touched for me. At Suching, after coming back, I will invite you to eat my favorite cheeseburger. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get cheeseburger. Tisk tusk, at everybody, when I didn't say the sentence, you go on. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching. The fifth one is delivered. There are no more flowers and evaluation votes. It won't be hard to pass 1,000 today, brother is cute, it's 300 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Newcomer joins, Nick Fury is banned. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark, I don't like cheeseburgers, thank you. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Tony Stark, I don't like it either. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff if I have a choice, I don't like cheeseburgers either. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark, I have eaten a lot before, so I am tired of eating. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her ahem, at Tony Stark, unfortunately, I should be an undead now, otherwise, maybe I will be on your side. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, at Steve Rogers, I finally understand why my father likes you so much, and I declare that from now on, I start to like you too, man. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark, thank you, but I still love Peggy. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Steve Rogers, I don't like men either, I'm normal. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her roar, that's good, otherwise, as an undead, if I meet Howard, I really don't know how to explain this problem. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Steve Rogers, I take back what I just said, and I don't like you anymore a hole. While everyone was chatting, the answering chat room suddenly prompted that a new person had joined. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick? What is this situation? What answer chat room? Am I being dizzy by Hulk? God, shouldn't it be an aliens prank? After all, I belong to the category of people who believe in aliens. Wait, I'm talking to myself, why is it displayed on the public screen? Can anyone explain it to me? Peter Parker, I'm only 7 years old. What is this? Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost his hammer? What, I am Thor, son of Odin, the king of Asgard, the future king of Asgard. Also, what does the sad fat man who lost his hammer mean? Answer chat room. Because the member Peter Parker is too young, I was kicked out of the answering chat room. I hope you know. The answering chat room member Peter Parker was kicked out of the chat room and accepted the answering board. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Thor Odin, at banner, welcome newcomers to the answering chat room, here it is. After introducing the rule to these two guys, Suching waited for the second answer to begin. System reminder, because the member Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined to not get, took the initiative to explain the rules in the group to the newcomer, so he was promoted to the administrator. System prompt, administrator rights, including but not limited to invite or kick out members of the answering chat room, members of the muted answering chat room. Accept the sharing of vision of the members of the answering chat room, etc. System prompt, once the administrator chooses to be kicked out of the answering chat room, after the system agrees, the kicked out member will lose the answering system. After the system's prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. The next moment, in the answering chat room, behind Suching's name, there is an extra golden administrator character. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, there is actually the position of administrator, and this authority seems to be a bit big. Can not only invite people in, but also deprive members of the qualifications of the answering system? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff at Suching, hello, Mr. Administrator, don't kick me. Barton, I can win the battle at Suching, congratulations, don't kick me, I have time to invite you to drink, I just got a teleport skill, and I want to have a second skill. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on holiday. G. Such a large authority actually fell into the hands of others. It would be great if I were the administrator. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D can, at Suching, nothing else, don't get me wrong. System prompt, member Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday, was mute by the administrator Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, for 30 minutes. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Director, you can eat rice, don't talk nonsense. The sixth update. There are flowers and evaluation votes. The requirements are not high. Today, if the flowers are more than 1,000, it will be 10. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Strange, God. Would you mind letting me dissect it? SHIELD. Watching the answering chat room showed that he was muted. Nick Fury was suddenly angry and left. On the side, Maria Hill looked at Nick Fury, whose expression changed for a while, and couldn't help frowning. Since this morning, there has been something wrong with his immediate boss. I thought for a while and left, and I didn't know where to get a list for my own investigation. As a result, before I could issue the order, I cancelled the investigation and gave myself an order to go to Sokovia to rescue the twin brothers and sisters. No, I just came in and I want to inform Nick Fury that I am going to lead the team personally. As a result, the guy in front of me started to have something wrong again. Go. Looking at Maria Hill, who looked at herself speechlessly. Nick Fury cleared his throat, and after covering up his embarrassment, he spoke to Maria Hill. Okay, but after I come back, I hope you can give me an explanation, such as the list you asked me to investigate, and this action. After all, you should know that in addition to being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and your assistant, I have another identity. The World Council sent me to supervise you." After speaking, Maria Hill turned around and left without hesitation. Watching Maria Hill leave, Nick Fury sighed helplessly. Hill, who had just left, was the one he trusted the most. I definitely knew that she was sent by the World Council to supervise her. But does it matter? Thinking about it, Nick Fury sent a message directly to Natasha Romanoff. "Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Suching. Nick Fury just sent me a message, saying please untie his ban, he can promise you a condition, anything is fine. As long as it is not a requirement of destroying the world." Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, for example, something like Waji can't use Kinkanda shift. "Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff." Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, cough cough, just play with it, don't care. Looking at the public screen, Natasha Romanoff's speech. Suching thought for a while, and then released Nick Fury's ban. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Nick Fury, remember, you owe me a request, definitely, I am not afraid that you will not agree, after all, the permission is with me. If you are shameless, then I just kick you out of the answering chat room. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at admin Suching, definitely no problem, as long as it's not the kind of thing that destroys the earth or violates my principles, then I can satisfy you with any request. Shame. Not that I am afraid that Suching will not agree to himself or make demands of himself. After all, in a transaction, there is something to do with it. Maybe as the transaction time gets longer and you get to know each other, you will be able to know the specific situation of this man that the goddess of death is not destined to get. More importantly, since all the people in the answering chat room are superhero, then I must pull them into Avengers anyway. This is a plan I have been brewing for a long time, but it is a pity that the Guy Carroll never returns to Earth. But that's all, she should be regarded as her last, and the last trump card of the Earth. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, the Earth? I understand, you are all Earthlings, right, haha. I thought you were some powerful beings, it turned out to be a group of Earthlings. Tisk Tusk, Earth people, hello, I am Thor from Asgard, to you ordinary people, I am God. Why don't you welcome your gods to join? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I thought I was a badass, but I didn't expect that there was a guy who was more arrogant than me. I really want to beat him up. Barton, I can win the battle at Tony Stark, me too, God. Oh, I kinda want to kill God. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Although I have been dead for 70 years, if possible, I don't mind fighting with God. I can fight with him for a day. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday God? Thor? Norse mythology? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. If possible, at Thor Odinson, I would like to dissect it for you. Take a look at the difference between you, a god, and a human being. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff at Strange, this time I'm on your side. I am also very curious. The 7th is delivered, I will wash my face, it is a bit disgusting. Asking for flowers and a monthly pass for evaluation. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Ancient One, with me, who would dare to invade the earth? Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, You people on earth are really a little bit funny, are you jealous that I am a god? Stupid and backward people on earth, I would like to give you a piece of advice, don't provoke a god, otherwise Thor's anger will not be something you can bear. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Thor Odin, sure enough, you are as reckless and arrogant as Odin said. Perhaps only after experiencing hardships can you truly understand the meaning of superhero and how to become a qualified king. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? At Magician Ancient One, Odin is on, how dare you straighten the name of the king roar. I did not notice any trace of respect for the gods from your words. Do you want to welcome the anger of the gods? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive gods' anger? At Thor Odin, I have seen it. I have not only seen the anger of the so-called gods, but also some overlords outside the territory. But in my eyes, anyone who wants to invade and destroy the earth is an enemy. Do you know why for so long, whether it is Dormammu, Nightmare or some other extraterritorial overlords, dare not to invade the earth? That's because I Ancient One is still alive. As long as I live for one day, no one would dare to covet the earth. If you don't understand, then just ask Odin. He will tell you what kind of attitude the so-called gods and overlords should have in front of my Ancient One. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Magician Ancient One, domineering. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Magician Ancient One, so handsome. This is the real dimension of Asgardian, the style of the Supreme Magician? Barton, I can win the battle at please allow me to pay my respects to you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Supreme Magician Ancient One, this is the respect from an undead. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick although I didn't figure out the specific situation, at Supreme Magician Ancient One, amazing. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Supreme Magician Ancient One, is this the style of the Supreme Magician? Can Magician be strong enough to fight against gods? Supreme Magician Ancient One, since you said you will be my teacher in the future, can I learn magic with you now? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at everyone, thank you for your praise, this is what the Earth Asgardian should do. However, this Thor will also be your teammate in the future, so please don't be prejudiced against him. At Strange, it's not the time yet. SHIELD. Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Nick Fury squeezed his eyebrows and thought secretly. The Supreme Magician Ancient One, is it so powerful that it doesn't put any gods in the eyes? In other words, the Magician group is an extremely powerful existence. In the words of the Supreme Magician Ancient One just now, it can be analyzed that there are many overlord-level existences in the universe who are eyeing the Earth. But because of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, those guys dare not invade the Earth. But at the moment, the suffix behind the name of the Supreme Magician Ancient One is too expensive to say that died of special effects. Well, although I don't know what this special effect means, it's still dead. So once she dies, does that person named Strange really have the strength to take over the title of Supreme Magician and protect the Earth? 10,000 steps back, even if Strange has ability to take over the title and strength of the Supreme Magician. But once he is as powerful as the Ancient One Magician, if he wants to do evil, who can hold him back? Thinking of this, Nick Fury's brow furrowed even tighter. In any case, Avengers' proposal should be expedited. After all, only if the strength is equal can you be qualified to guarantee the safety of the Earth. Thinking of this, Nick Fury sent a message to Natasha Romanoff and Barton. That is to find out the true identity of Suching as soon as possible. If you say it used to be, it is because you know that Suching's future is a superhero, and you want to pull him into the Avengers who are still conceiving. So now, the identity of Suching, the administrator, makes Nick Fury even more important. After all, Barton has acquired the teleport skills, but it is a real increase in strength. If there is ability, pull all the trusted people of S.H.I.E.L.D. into the answering chat room. So, Nick Fury can hardly imagine this picture. The 8th update is delivered. Are there any flowers and evaluation tickets? If so, I will continue to add more. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Fury from Thor. Asgard, inside Asgard. Looking at Thor, who was looking angry at this moment, Loki on the side was a little dazed at this moment. No, although I want to make some pranks, I haven't acted yet, and the props are still in my hands. Why, this stupid old man, how can he get angry directly? This procedure is wrong. And when he teased him before, he had never been so angry. At most, it means looking at yourself helplessly, or laughing at yourself for playing tricks of children. Hey, what's the matter with you? Pushing Thor's shoulder, Loki asked curiously. In fact, if it was teased by Loki, Thor really wouldn't be so angry. After all, Loki is a brother who has played together since childhood, but the group of people in the answering chat room is different. A group of stupid, backward, weak and humble people on Earth, all dared to ridicule Thor of Asgard in this way. This makes Thor very angry. It's just like the identity is not equal, some people who are ridiculed by the words they don't look at. Thor stood up abruptly, and in Loki's surprised gaze, he flew directly towards Asgard with his hammer. What happened? Seeing Thor flew away furiously, Loki turned his head and asked Sif on the side. I don't know, it was okay just now. I said that I will go to the martial arts field with him to compete with the 3 warriors of Asgard, but in a blink of an eye, I don't know what happened, and he has become like this. Listening to Loki's question, Sif spread his hands and replied. Listening to Sif's answer, Loki nodded lightly, thought about it, and rushed towards Asgard as well. Inside the palace. At this moment, Odin is holding the eternal spear in his left hand, and is holding Queen Frigga's hand in his right hand, smiling and saying something. After seeing an angry Thor flew to the door of the hall, and then walked in quickly. Odin frowned and asked directly, what happened to make you so angry? My child, is it because Loki teased you again so that you are going to come to your father and mother to file a complaint? Definitely not. Listening to his father's words, Thor immediately shook his head. I'm not a kid anymore, I don't always complain to the adults in my family. Father, I want to ask you, do you know that there is a person on Earth called the Supreme Magician Ancient One? Is she very powerful? Listening to the anger in Thor's voice, Odin was stunned, then looked at Thor and asked seriously, where did you know that the respectable magician exists? Don't worry about this, Father, that person called the Supreme Magician Ancient One, how strong is her? Faced with his father's rhetorical question, Thor did not answer directly. How to say it? Should you tell your father that you suddenly opened up a so-called answering chat room, and then after a few words, you were stunned by those stupid people on Earth? Supreme Magician Ancient One. She is a respectable existence. Listening to Thor's question, Odin thought for a while, and then said with some emotion, the title of Supreme Magician has never belonged to one person alone, just like the title of our Asgard God King, it has never belonged to one person. The title of Supreme Magician is more like a heritage that belongs exclusively to the magician community on Earth. And those magician powers come from the temple of Emperor Weishan behind them. Definitely, if you want to gain powerful power, you need to pay a high price. As for the one in your mouth, how strong is the current Supreme Magician Ancient One on Earth? I can only say that her strength is not below me, especially Time Gem, which has one of the artifacts Eye of Agamotto and Infinite Gems. So, her existence makes many foreign overlords dare not step into the earth for half a step. Hearing Odin's words, Thor, who was originally angry, looked at Odin in surprise. How is this possible? You mean, the strength of that Supreme Magician Ancient One is almost the same as yours? You can understand that? Nodding lightly, Odin smiled and replied, however, what she really respects is that she has been guarding the earth. Although we Asgard is known as the Asgardian of the 9 realms, in fact, when I was young, once. So compared to me, she is more worthy of respect. After all, not everyone who has the same strength as hers will silently guard the earth. I see. Hearing what my father said, although there was still some anger in my heart at the moment. But Thor nodded anyway. Yes, he is arrogant, reckless, and warlike. But in the face of someone worthy of respect, he will still maintain a certain respect. So my most respected father has said that the Supreme Magician Ancient One is a person worthy of respect, so she must be worthy of some respect. He bowed slightly towards Odin and Queen Frigga. Thor turned and left with the hammer in his hand. Well, the Supreme Magician Ancient One is worthy of respect, but those on earth who are stunned by themselves are not necessarily so. The ninth is even more delivered, thanks to the monthly ticket given by the Moonlight Lost Boss, Xiao Ba thank you, and the message in the book review area. Xiao Ba saw it, but unfortunately I can't reply without permission, but no problem, Xiao Ba will speed up the rhythm. Get into the plot more. Thank you for your suggestions. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Pietro determined to meet his death. Sokovia, inside the Hydra Castle base. Sister, another person of our age died on the operating table yesterday. In the room. Looking at Wanda sitting there holding his knees, Pietro said with some horror. Although she is called Sister Wanda, she is still a little uncomfortable until now. But at least, this can make her happy too. It's okay, Pietro, didn't Sister Natasha Romanoff say that someone will come to save us already? He looked at Pietro, who was full of worry in his eyes. Wanda stretched out her hand and gently rubbed Pietro's head, with a reluctant smile on her face, pretending to be relaxed and comforting. Well, you are right, we must be fine. Looking at the reluctant smile on his face, I tried to pretend to be a Wanda with me on my face. Pietro sighed slightly in his heart, and then he acted like a okay person. As long as Wanda can be happy, then even if he is pretending to be tender, what's the point of pretending to be an ignorant brother? After all, there is only Wanda in this world who can care about himself, even more important than his own life. As long as she is okay, then no matter what price she pays, it doesn't matter. If no one comes to save myself and Wanda. If next time it is about yourself and Wanda entering the laboratory, then you have to accept the experiment first and let Wanda rank behind you. Maybe if I can succeed myself. By that time, Wanda won't have to be experimented by those nasty guys. If it's the result of your own experiment, it's the worst. At least, I would die in front of Wanda, which would make her live a few more days. Thinking of this, Pietro raised his head and looked at the sunny sky outside. A trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. No matter if anyone comes to save myself and Wanda, I must use my life to protect her. The big deal is death. If there really are gods in this world, instead of the words of Thor, who was stunned by everyone in the answering chat room, then Pietro is really willing to make a deal with the gods. As long as I can keep Wanda alive, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it is to give up the hatred of the parents, even if it is to sacrifice one's own life. I don't hesitate to do it too. Well, sister, don't think so much. It's almost noon, and I don't know what lunch is today. I am looking forward to a richer lunch today. Looking at Wanda, who was lost in thought and looked a little worried in her eyes, Pietro smiled and wanted to divert Wanda's attention. What else? Mashed potatoes, some vegetables, and some boiled chicken and the like. Hearing Pietro's words, Wanda stretched out, just about to say that he had already eaten enough of these lunches. But in the next second, I suddenly heard a burst of gunfire from outside. Hear the sound of countless bullet attacks, as well as the sound of explosions. Wanda and Pietro were taken aback for a moment, and then there was a glimmer of joy in their eyes. This is the Sister Natasha Romanoff who sent someone to save us. Hearing the sound of gunshots, screams were heard from time to time outside. Wanda said to Pietro with a surprised face. It should be, she said, someone will come to save us soon. A hint of excitement flashed in Pietro's eyes, and at the same time he quietly clenched his fist, praying continuously in his heart. If you really come to save yourself and Wanda, then you are willing to give up everything, as long as you can save yourself and Wanda from this ghost place. It seems like something has been thought of. Pietro subconsciously shielded Wanda behind him, his eyes looked expectant, and he looked at the door of the room with some worry. What if those damn guys don't forget to take away themselves and Wanda when they run away? Thinking of this, Pietro looked around for a while, then took out a glass from the table and held it firmly in his hand. If those damn people want to take away themselves and Wanda while they are running away, then I will fight with them. Even if you use your body to block the bullet, you can delay it for a minute. As long as 1 minute can be delayed, then there is one more hope of Wanda being rescued. With Wanderer behind him in his left hand and a glass in his right hand, he stared at the door of the room stubbornly. At this moment, Pietro was full of suffering. I don't know how long it took, but the gunshots and explosions gradually stopped. Just when Pietro was full of suffering and anxiety, the always closed door was directly pushed open. The moment the door was pushed open, Pietro seemed to have his heart jumped into his throat. But when I saw that the one who opened the door came in with a submachine gun in hand, there was no expression on his face, just like an iceberg, not behind the people I saw every day. Pietro was slightly relieved now. Looking at Pietro, who is protecting Wanda in one hand and holding the glass in the other, he seems to be ready to desperately at any time. In an instant, Maria Hill understood what this little guy was thinking. Glancing at Pietro with admiration, Maria Hill asked directly, "Are you Wanda and Pietro?" Although there are no more than 1,000 flowers, but the 10th is delivered. Brother Mang, will you continue tomorrow? Asterisk. Chapter 18 Wanda, the beautiful is so unreal. From now on, this will be your home. Looking at the vigilant twin siblings in front of him, Natasha Romanoff's voice is extremely rare and full of tenderness at this moment. What do we need to do? Or, what price do we have to pay? Facing Natasha Romanoff's gentleness like the big sister, Wanda looked at her with some caution. Since the age of 8, in her and Pietro's nearly 6-year life of displacement, there has never been a situation where you can get rewards without paying. Nothing is needed. Slightly squatted down, looking at Wanda, who looked a little timid, but remained vigilant, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand, and hugged the little girl with some distress. He lost his parents at the age of 8, and has depended on each other ever since. God, how did these two children spend these 6 years? From now on, you don't have to think about anything, just live well. This world is full of injustice and hardship. For some people, these tribulations are speechless suffering and depraved street corners, but for others, this is a stepping stone for them to become stronger in the future. I hope that your siblings, can also become such strong men. With that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and hugged Pietro, who was a little stunned next to him. From now on, you can treat me as your sister. Gently stroking the little heads of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff has a gentle touch on his face. Actually, the three of us are the same. We are all abandoned by this world. Always longing for the warmth of home, but we also know that for us, this is an extravagant desire. So, people like us who are abandoned by the world should hug each other to keep warm, right? After speaking, watching the gradually relaxing eyes of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, "I will take you to see your room first. From now on, the three of us will live together in this small apartment. After reading the room, I will take you to find some schools. Such a beautiful little girl and handsome guy, you can't do it if you don't study," he said, holding Wanda in one hand and Pietro in the other. Natasha Romanoff took the two little guys to their respective rooms. More than 10 minutes later, sitting on a soft mattress, looking at the warm pink room just finished decorating, Wanda can't believe it until now. This is his home. Obviously, in the morning, he and Pietro were still in that cold, cage-like place. But in a blink of an eye, do you have a warm and beautiful room? He reached out and touched the soft mattress lightly. Everything that is beautiful seems so unreal. In my memory, the last time I slept on a soft mattress instead of a hard bed board, my parents did not die in the damn missile with the word Stark Industries printed on it. Carefully touched the mattress, as if he was afraid that he might puncture the beautiful foam when he tried hard. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door outside the door, causing little Wanda, who was still cautious, to jump up subconsciously, staring at the door with a vigilant face. It wasn't until the sound from the door was Pietro that Wanda felt a little relieved. Yes, this is not the cold, small, and dirty Sokoya base. Stepping forward, he opened the goal and put Pietro in. After watching Pietro take a look at his room, Wanda smiled and said, "Very unreal, isn't it?" Listening to Wanda's words, Pietro nodded softly. "It is indeed a bit unreality, but do you think we really can have a home?" "I have no idea." Walking to the bed and sitting down, Wanda subconsciously gnawed her nails, "But we don't seem to be of any use value. In our body, we can't find any place to use, except for the answering chat room, and what the supreme magician ancient one said, the so-called superhero." Speaking of this, Wanda raised her head and looked at Pietro with some expectation. "Just now, Sister Natasha Romanoff said, to send us to school. Can we really study? I need money." Inside the living room, holding the phone, Natasha Romanoff spoke directly to Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. "I am not alone anymore. Although my salary is high, I have spent almost all these years. So, I applied to triple my salary. After all, I now have 2 more younger siblings." Over the phone. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's very crisp words, Nick Fury rubbed his head suddenly. Even if she wanted to tell herself in this way, she would treat the twins Wanda and Pietro as family, as if they were younger siblings. "It's not that you want to double your salary. You know, her salary is already high. But forget it. Anyway, Alexander Pierce has already returned some of the deducted money from the World Council. Let's raise your salary." "Who will let? There are only a few people you can trust. First, please ask for votes for Flower's evaluation. I have seen the comments in the book review area. This will speed up the pace and write less chat. In addition, why can't I reply in the book review area? Asterisk. Chapter 19 Tony, I always think it's not too big for you to watch the excitement." For Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff asked for a salary increase and at the same time increased his bonus for performing tasks, all of which is easy to say. But the only thing that worries me a little now is the guy Tony Stark. Yesterday I said the decision, but I ran directly to the Ahan Desert today. Even if he is still with Rod by his side, there are people sent out by his own SHIELD. Then Nick Fury is not at ease. As soon as I was about to open the answer chat room, I heard a knock on the door. After raising his head and saying "Please come in," I found Alexander Pierce walking in. "I heard that yesterday you let Maria Hill lead the team and destroyed an organization." After walking in, Alexander Pierce was not polite and sat directly opposite Nick Fury. "What is the specific situation?" "It's nothing, just found some guys who are ready to move, so use the guys from Sokovia and give them some warnings." Leaning on the chair, looking at Alexander Pierce, Nick Fury smiled and replied. "For Pierce, I still trust him very much. Firstly, he is his old friend, and secondly, he is also the last director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The most important thing is that the reason why I can become the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is because of his full support. So willing to block bullets for him is not an empty word. Definitely, trust is trust, but Nick Fury can't tell him anything about the answering chat room. After all, when accepting the answering chat room, Nick Fury noticed that one of them is that you cannot disclose this to anyone who does not have an answering chat room. All right. Hearing Nick Fury's answer, Alexander Pierce nodded slightly. That's right. After all, in the dark, there are still too many forces that have been trying to move. What kind of hands-on association, such as those of Jin Bin, if it weren't for our S.H.I.E.L.D, I'm afraid this world would have been messed up long ago. Speaking of this, Alexander Pierce seemed to be unintentional, and asked Nick Fury, but how did you choose the place in Sokovia? You have to know that it is relatively far from Shield. Secondly, even if you choose it, it will not shock other forces. Is there anything special about that place? Because the power there is weak. After spreading out his hands, it seemed like he had already figured out the answer. Nick Fury looked at Alexander Pierce and smiled. You must pick the weakest one. It's like you said just now that Mrs. Gao in New York is in charge of the Shaohui branch, or the Hell's Kitchen of Golden Union. If you want to move them, the price you need to pay is not so easy. Therefore, it can have some deterrence, but also cannot pay too much. I definitely have to choose some relatively small forces. It happens that our people have discovered that there is a dark force in Sokovia. Having said that, Nick Fury did not continue. Just handed a cigar to Alexander Pierce. If this is the case, then this choice is also good. Hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Alexander Pierce felt a little relieved. You know, this morning, after receiving the Hydra base in the Sokovia branch, it was directly destroyed by the team led by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill, and even a living person did not run out. This was a shock to him. You must know that this time the members of the action team that Hill brought did not even belong to his own Hydra. I thought Nick Fury had discovered something. After determining that the consequences are not as bad as I thought. Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury chatted for a while, then left directly. After he left, Nick Fury continued to open the answering chat room. As soon as I opened it, I found that the people inside were crazy at Sucheng. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Sucheng, Su, doesn't the administrator have ability to enable on-site real-time sharing among members of the answering chat room? Let us take a look at the situation of Tony Stark in the Ahan Desert at this moment. Curiously tight? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Sucheng. Hey, buddy, are we going to watch the scene of the attack on Tony Stark? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Sucheng, Su, as a dead soul, I shouldn't have such curiosity, but, as an old friend of Howard, I still care more about Tony of. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Sucheng, the administrator's little brother, we want to watch the live broadcast of the attack on Tony Stark. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, I always feel that it is not too big for you to watch the excitement. System prompt, the administrator Sucheng sends Tony Stark to the third view live screen, does Tony Stark accept it? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Okay, since you all want to see the scene of me being attacked so much, let you see it. Anyway, I'm already prepared for everything. System reminder, member Tony Stark accepted the invitation of the administrator Sucheng to send a third view live screen. As the system prompt fell, a picture soon appeared directly in the eyes of all members. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Su, how did you find something was wrong? In the picture. In the darkness, Tony Stark is in the base they formed in the Ahan Desert at the moment. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. That's it, I just got here today, but it should be daytime on your side. Tomorrow is the time for Stark Industrial's new weapons to be displayed. According to the screen when answering the question for the first time, the attack should be after the weapon display. I heard Tony Stark say that. Answer the questions in the chat room. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. You can't say that, at Tony Stark, because you were ahead of schedule, you disrupted Obadiah Stein's arrangement. Maybe the attack on you may be advanced or delayed, after all, things are very different from the original development. Most importantly, I still feel that it is an irrational behavior for you to test Obadi Stein with yourself as a bait. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. I agree with at Steve Rogers, but at Tony Stark, you said you have made some preparations. But I didn't see you or someone you hired around me. I added that you looked at your phone from time to time, as if you were waiting for some text message. So, it should not be as simple as testing Obadi. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching. You are indeed a person who can become an administrator. You guessed it? In fact, this time I am not just to test Obadi Stan, or to give him another chance. Having said that, Tony Stark was silent for a moment, raised his head, and looked at the desert in public. The moonlight was very bright at this moment. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. In fact, the weapons developed by Stark Industry, the weapons I developed and created, have always been thought to protect the world. Therefore, the board of directors has always been very strict in controlling the sale of weapons. But now I understand that all this is just my wishful thinking. I didn't expect that one day, the weapons I developed would fall into the hands of bad guys and become their weapon of murder. At Wanda, whether you believe it or not, the weapons that caused your family's destruction are not authorized to sell by me. The reason why I came here this time is to solve this problem. Randomly found a sand dune and sat down, watching. Rod's men are busy at the moment. Tony Stark glanced at the members in the answering chat room, and then continued, just like Sue said, the people I hired are currently investigating through secret channels to be sold by Obadi Stein through private channels. Weapon to go out. After all, the cannonball that blew me out in that picture was exactly what I was studying, so I had to come by myself. First, after the showdown, I finally gave Obadi Stan a chance. Second, it is the most important point. If I don't come, I will never be able to attract those people out. After all, the Ahan Desert is too big. No one knows where the guys with Stark industrial weapons are hiding. When Tony Stark said this, the members of the answering chat room nodded one after another. Barton, I can win the battle. That's why you have to try your own risk. I have to say, at Tony Stark, I have a new understanding of you. Then stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. I didn't expect a guy who was considered a playboy, arrogant and narcissistic, would actually do such a responsible thing. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. I saw you with admiration, or that sentence, if you are injured, then come to me and I will treat you for free. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Tony, I have to say that you and Howard are really alike, both seemingly absurd, but in fact full of responsibility people. I think Howard should be proud to have a son like you. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Suching. I am the only one who is curious. Sue, how did you analyze it? Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Nick Fury, is it difficult? You look carefully at Tony Stark's heart-filled expression, and what he said yesterday morning can be analyzed. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Suching. I really didn't think about it. After all, in all of our cognitions, Tony Stark is a dude, an impulse, and he doesn't listen to advice. Arrogant, who can think about this? By the way, Sue, looking like this, you seem to know Tony Stark well. Can you abandon prejudice and analyze from another direction? The third one is sent. Brothers and sisters are cute. There are flowers and a monthly evaluation ticket for rewards. Give the poor baby a little, please. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Ask a question. What did Captain America say in the elevator? In fact, Suching was able to analyze these. The big reason is that when I look at Tony Stark, I don't have the prejudice of others. Yes, before he became an Iron Man, before Chitauri invaded the Earth. Everyone who looks at Tony Stark will subconsciously think that he is a playboy, a cynical billionaire. An impulsive and arrogant person who does not listen to others' persuasion is like a child who will never grow up. But Suching is different. After all, as knowing what will happen behind this world, knowing that for this world, Tony did not hesitate to snap that damn finger when he was in Avengers Alliance 4. So Suching understands that under Tony Stark's seemingly cynical appearance, in fact, he is also responsible and a warm person. So in the answering chat room, when Wanda and Pietro at Tony Stark said he was the murderer of their parents. After saying that the weapon he developed was the culprit that caused countless wives to disperse and destroy their families. According to Tony Stark's character, this matter will definitely be investigated. After all, in Avengers Alliance 3, after the donation lecture was over, she faced the curse of a woman who had lost her son. Tony Stark, who obviously saved more lives, is still full of suffering. So that as one of the big three of Avengers Alliance, he actually agreed to sign the superhero agreement. This makes many superheroes in Avengers Alliance very puzzled by him. After adding Bucky Barnes, the friend of Captain America Steve Rogers was the executor who killed his parents. Only then will the famous civil war between the Marvel Avengers break out. System reminder, please note that all members, the system will release the following fragments. After the fragments are over, you will have 30 minutes to think about. Those who answer the correct questions will be rewarded with the skill, death, one-time consumption of skills. Wrong answers, those who have problems will be deducted, including but not limited to lifespan, ability, goods, wealth, etc. System prompt, the playback segment begins, please watch carefully. With the strong mechanical sound of the system, the next moment, all the members in the answering chat room were in a mute state, and then a clip was played. In the clip, Steve Rogers wears a uniform and walks into an elevator with a shield. A few people soon followed, and when the elevator dropped a few floors, a few more burly men in black walked in. Looking at the people who surrounded him, Steve Rogers looked around. Watching some people subconsciously put their hands on their weapons, some people still sweat constantly on their necks. Wait until the elevator door closes and starts to descend slowly. Steve Rogers asked, before this, anyone else wants to go downstairs? As the voice fell, someone pressed the stop button on the elevator instantly, and then these people swarmed up and attacked Steve Rogers. Hey, take a moment, big man, this is not a personal grudge. Seeing his subordinates being knocked down, Crossbones Rumlow, who was holding an electric baton, said to Steve Rogers. After a battle ended, after holding the shield and cutting off the strong magnet on his wrist, Steve Rogers breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the person who fell in the elevator. I think this is a personal grievance. As the screen finishes playing, the second video starts to play again. This time, Steve Rogers is waiting for the elevator again. It's just different from the above clip. This time Steve Rogers waited until the elevator door was opened, and there were many people standing in the empty elevator at this moment. In addition to the bald Sitwell headed by, there is also Crossbones Rumlow who fought Steve Rogers in the previous clip. Stepping into the elevator, Steve Rogers waited until the elevator door was closed, and then directly said, I received reliable news that someone wanted to snatch the scepter, so the Secretary General asked me to come and receive the scepter. I don't understand, Captain Rogers, what do you mean? I need to call the director. Listening to Captain America, Sitwell glanced at Rumlow and motioned to him. Once Steve wants to forcibly grab the scepter, he is ready to do it at any time, holding his mobile phone to make a call. It's okay, trust me. As he said, Steve Rogers leaned forward in the direction where Sitwell was, and then whispered a word in his ear. As the elevator door slowly opened, Steve, who took the box containing the soul scepter, walked out, with a relaxed and a little smug expression on his face. In the elevator, it was suddenly realized, Crossbones Rumlow, who seemed to be a little excited, and Sitwell, who looked a little confused and a little clear. After the two clips were played, the strong mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Question: I would like to ask everyone. Steve Rogers whispered something to Sidwell, so that he could hand over the box with the Mind Scepter to Steve Rogers. Option 1, it was the director who came here to shoot me. If you don't want to fight, then give me things. Option 2, the person who wants to snatch the scepter is very strong. I take the scepter to attract the enemy away, and you will support me later. Option 3, Hydra Hail. System reminder: you have 30 minutes to think about and discuss. If no one chooses to answer the question when the time is up, the system will randomly select one person to answer. Asterisk. Chapter 22: Positioning of Suching by the System. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Waterfall. What kind of situation is this? At Steve Rogers. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. What's the situation? Isn't Captain America dead for almost 70 years? At Steve Rogers. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday. At Steve Rogers, Captain, can you explain it? Don't you die? Have you been living in seclusion for the past 70 years? Mom messed with FAQ, it's so impossible. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. can never be without your news. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. This is incredible. In all of us, at Steve Rogers, Captain, you have been dead for nearly 70 years. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I can be sure that the person in the clip is me, but I also thought I was in the state of an undead now. So, I am also a little confused. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers. Captain Rogers, maybe you are in a state of suspended animation at the moment, but medically speaking, it is impossible for anyone to fall into suspended animation for nearly 70 years. God, since having this chat room for answering questions, I found that all my medical cognition has been subverted. Even if there are vampires and werewolves, how can someone feign death for 70 years? Maybe I need the dissection table to calm down. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. After the two clips were played, the whole answer chat room was all exploded at the moment. In everyone's cognition, Steve Rogers drove a fighter plane into a glacier when he was fighting Red Skull John Schmidt 70 years ago. Although his remains have not been found over the years, everyone believes that Captain America is dead. But now, when I saw the future clips played, there was actually behind the figure of Steve Rogers. These people were all shocked. Definitely, except for two people. One is Suching, and the other is the Supreme Magician Ancient One who has never spoken. Among these people, the first to calm down is Nick Fury. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has seen too many incredible things over the years. So, if Steve Rogers is really not dead, then Nick Fury thinks he can accept it? Although it's not easy to dance, but it's still the kind of happy acceptance. After all, if Steve Rogers, the idol in the hearts of countless people, really did not die. So for S.H.I.E.L.D., this is a great thing. Maybe even I want to form Avengers, a team composed of superhero, is a great good thing. He believes that Avengers will definitely become better with the character and spirit of Steve Rogers. But looking at some chat records in the answering chat room, Nick Fury suddenly had a guess. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation at Admin Suching. So, you can see from Tony, your heart is more careful, and your thoughts are more thoughtful than us, so, can you help us analyze this? What's the situation? In the shop? After collecting the money, I watched the message sent by Nick Fury. Suching laughed suddenly. Yo, is this time to test yourself? But after thinking about it, although I still don't want to have any contact with the snake shield, my identity will be known by everyone sooner or later. That being the case, why not get yourself a personal set first? Only in this way, one's own right to speak in the future will be more valued. Even if you don't join Avengers, at least, you can have some weight. Deepen their dependence on themselves in the answering chat room, and the benefits they can get are even more. Thinking of this, Suching directly asked the system, if I answer the question, then the reward I get is the same as the reward I get when others answer the question correctly. This question is very important, at least for Suching. After all, the number of teleportation activations and the cooling time obtained from Barton have no cooling time with the skills he has obtained. As well as the range of the number of launches, it seems that the rewards you get for not answering the question seem to be better. System prompt: after other people answer the questions correctly, the host's skill is the perfect version of strengthening, which is about 10 to 100 times stronger than the original skill of strengthening. Really? Hearing the system's answer, Suching nodded. Just as Barton had guessed after answering the first question. It seems that the system positioning itself in the answering chat room, or positioning itself among these superhero groups, is more like the kind of spiritual leader that you can rely on, rather than the direct performer or the answerer. Suching likes this definition. After all, I prefer the former to moving my mouth and running errands. Under the imperceptibility, once the time is long, then oneself in the Avengers Alliance, or the position in the hearts of these superhero. G. Thank you for the monthly ticket and reminder of the ticket. I received it and added. In addition, the flowers evaluation votes of the brothers and sisters today are not very good, only more than 100. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Nick Fury, this is a top secret file at level 10. Thinking of this, looking at the answering chat room, Nick Fury's temptation to himself. Suching thought for a while, and started to reply directly in the answering chat room. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. First of all, I am not sure whether Captain at Steve Rogers is still alive at this moment, but I can analyze it in detail. First of all, I don't know if you have paid attention. Those who can enter this answering chat room are all superhero or people related to superhero. And besides Captain America, are there any dead souls here? The answer is no. Secondly, from the scenes outside the elevator in the two sets of pictures, as well as the clothing of other people in the elevator, and the comparison of the watches on the wrists, it can be seen that this is obviously happening in modern times, not 70 years ago. Since Steve Rogers can appear in the future, I am more inclined to at Steve Rogers, you are still alive. Don't forget, everyone, if ordinary people fall into the glacier while driving a fighter plane, they may die directly, but Steve Rogers, who has been injected with super soldier serum. Seeing Suching's speech, everyone nodded subconsciously. Although in their hearts, Steve Rogers was already dead, but after Suching's last sentence, deliberately reminded them. Everyone just remembered now. Yes, Captain America cannot be treated like ordinary people. After all, this is a man with super soldier serum. You must know that 70 years ago, although the conditions, technology, and other means were not mature. But in order to allow the super soldier serum to better integrate, Mr. Howard Stark, except for the super soldier serum. It also used half the electricity of a city. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be near death long ago. Among them, Nick Fury is particularly affectionate. After all, according to the secret file, the person receiving the super soldier serum is not only Steve Rogers alone. And the Black Uncle who has been locked up for many years. From the Falcon and Winter Soldier series. The more you look at Suching's analysis, the more Nick Fury feels reasonable. Perhaps, Steve Rogers is indeed alive, but he is still frozen now that even he himself does not know the news that he is still alive. Thinking of this, Nick Fury directly pressed a button on the table. Soon. As Nick Fury pressed the button, Maria Hill rushed in with a nervous expression on her face. "What's going on?" Looking at Nick Fury, Maria Hill asked with a serious face. "This button is not usable under normal circumstances, unless it is a very large event. Hill, put down all your work, I have a very urgent, secret thing for you to do." Nick Fury stared at Maria Hill in front of him and said very seriously. "Yes, sir." Seeing Nick Fury's serious expression, Maria Hill nodded immediately, waiting for Nick Fury's order. "Pick the person you trust the most, remember, it must be the kind of person you trust the most. I think you should know the location where Captain America Steve Rogers drove the fighter plane into the glacier. Along that location, I don't care what technology you use and how much money you spend, even if it's an inch-by-inch inspection, you'll have to give it to me. Find that damn fighter as fast as possible. When necessary, you can use the screw people and their technology." Upon hearing Nick Fury's order, Maria Hill immediately stood up straight, then nodded earnestly, "I understand, sir." After finishing speaking, he was about to leave, but then hesitation asked, "Could it be that Captain Steve Rogers is not dead? So what is the level of confidentiality of this matter? Do I need to report it to the World Council? If the confidentiality level is 8 or higher, then I will use my position to conceal this matter, just like concealing the news about the existence of the Skrulls. 10 level, top secret level." Upon hearing Maria Hill's inquiry, Nick Fury said without hesitation, "Yes, sir." Hearing that Nick Fury had adjusted the confidentiality level of this matter to the 10th level of S.H.I.E.L.D, Maria Hill immediately knew what to do. "Yes, I was sent by the World Council to supervise Nick Fury. But for Nick Fury, or for S.H.I.E.L.D top secret files, Maria Hill will still choose to hide it from the World Council. Even if I always disagree, Nick Fury's naive superhero team idea." But Hill still didn't stop it. After watching Maria Hill leave, Nick Fury leaned back in the chair. This was the first time he hoped that God or gods exist in this world. If so, then he hopes that Steve Rogers is really like Suching's analysis, there is no death, just suspended animation. After all, for this world, for S.H.I.E.L.D, for Avengers, Steve Rogers, alive, is so important. The 6th update is sent, the 7th update is being written. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Sushen, please help analyze. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff. I think at Suching makes sense. After all, Captain Rogers is not an ordinary person, so the possibility of suspended animation is very high. Barton, I can win the battle. I also agree with Atsuching's point of view, but although this matter is a bit weird, it even subverted my cognition, but in recent years I have encountered many things that subvert my cognition. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not a disease in my cognition, Hulk is the greatest impossibility, but I want to say that Atsuching has some truth, but can I change the suffix after my name? I don't like this sentence. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers. If you are really alive, would you mind if you have a chance to check it? I promise not to dissect you, I'm just very curious about this kind of thing. After all, I am a doctor, everyone should understand. At Magician Ancient One, future teacher, is Sue's analysis correct? Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff. I almost forgot the Supreme Magician, who has always been reluctant to speak. At Magician Ancient One, now that you can see the future, the conclusion that Sue has analyzed and reached is really? Watching Natasha Romanoff's question, Nick Fury, who was sitting inside S.H.I.E.L.D, also instantly became energetic. Yes, there is still a Supreme Magician who can see the future here. Why did I forget it? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Sorry, people are in Outland, have not returned to Earth, and are deterring nightmares. I can only say that at Suching, Sue's analysis is correct, Captain Steve Rogers, not dead. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, that's so exciting. At Steve Rogers, have you seen the conclusion of Sue's analysis and what the Supreme Magician said? Man, you are not dead yet, how do you feel at this moment? Steve Rogers, a bit flustered, a bit complicated. I didn't expect that. I really didn't die. If this was 70 years ago, then I would be very excited. However, 70 years have passed, and at this moment I don't know what I should. I am even a little worried about how I should face Peggy, the only girl I love, if I really return to this world. If I die, forget it, but tell me now, I didn't die. I remember that I still have another date. God, I've missed an appointment for 70 years. Looking at the answering chat room, Steve Rogers was a little flustered and made a speech with mixed emotions. For a while, everyone was silent. Yes, they only paid attention to this moment. Captain Steve Rogers is not dead. But they never thought about what he would do if he faced a strange world 70 years later, once he did come back. More importantly, how should he face it, the Peggy who has always been beloved? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Ahem, no matter what, the thing that Captain Steve Rogers is still alive is the best for us. As for the others, I have sent someone to find the body of the captain. Everything will pass, everything will be fine, but the most important thing now is that we still have 20 minutes to answer the questions. At Suching, I can see that you are very good at analyzing situations, so, can you help us analyze this problem? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Suching, man, although I don't know what you do, but your two analyses made me admire me. Kong busy, or you are trying this question, give it a try. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. At Suching, Sue, show your wisdom, I have begun to believe in you. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. At Suching, come on buddy, it's up to you this time. Oh, did people set up so quickly? Seeing all the members' speeches in the answering chat room, Suching laughed. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get well, since you believe me, I will try to analyze it. As the administrator just now, when playing the clip, I used my authority to take a screenshot of the difference between the two elevators. Look carefully, you can open the perspective through the elevator, and the scenery outside one of the elevators. From the internal structure, this is not the case. An elevator. Although the people in the elevator are the same, except for the bald head wearing glasses. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At Suching, I know people, that bald head is S.H.I.E.L.D. 7th level agent Sidwell, and the person next to him is the S.H.I.E.L.D. action group headed by Crossbones Rumlow. In the clip, the first elevator should be S.H.I.E.L.D. elevator number 3. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Suching, when you say so, I found out that the elevator in the second screen should be the elevator for employees of Stark Industrial Building, although I have my own elevator, but when designing the staff elevator, I looked at the drawings and the results after it was built. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Tony Stark, at Natasha Romanoff, thanks for the explanation of the two, but from the comparison of the people in the two pictures and the elevators in different locations, you can find that these should be two mission, no one would object to this, right? Secondly, you pay attention to the expressions of Captain Steve Rogers these two times. This is very important. Look carefully. Add a 7th and send it. Ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Nick Fury, who was scared by Suching's analysis. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. First of all, in the first screenshot, in the elevator number 3 of S.H.I.E.L.D, Steve Rogers's expression is slightly melancholy, as if there is a sense of depression in his heart. Especially when I looked up at the monitor above the elevator, I seemed to be a little curious about new things, and some couldn't adapt to it. In the second picture, in the elevator of Stark Industries, before entering the elevator, Steve Rogers's expression is very calm. It seems that everything is clear to his heart. So I infer that these two pictures seem to be very close, and there is no difference between the characters except Sitwell. However, the two pictures are at least separated by a long time, even a few years. But, having said that, Suching deliberately hesitation. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Suching, but what? Continue to analyze it. This is the first time I have heard of such an analysis. It is a little different from the analysis method I used to learn in the Red House. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. It's a bit interesting. This kind of picture is compared to what we have used before. I am familiar with the analysis method, but it is not so detailed. The analysis from the scene to the character from far to near, if it is not past professional training, at Suching, then you should join S.H.I.E.L.D., born to eat this bowl of rice. Join the fart s.h.i.e.l.d. Seeing Nick Fury's flicker, Suching only has ghosts when he believes it. Obviously, both Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury are fooling Suching. How could professionals like them fail to analyze these? If Strange or Tony or Dr. Banner don't know that these are excusable, after all, they have not experienced professional training. But one is known as the King of Agents, and the other came out of the Red House and won the title of Black Widow. How could these two guys fail to analyze it? I just want to weigh my own abilities. If you haven't watched a movie and don't know the specific situation, you might be complimented by others, and you will be really confused by the fool. Barton, I can win the battle. At Suching, what you just said is that the time span should be very large, but the comparison of the two pictures of these people, whether it is Sitwell glasses or Crossbones Rumlow, the wear and tear of the equipment are almost the same. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Barton, yes, that's what I meant. If the time span is large, then the details of these people can't be changed too much. But if the time span is small, then the temperament of Steve Rogers can't be changed so much, unless something happened in the middle that we absolutely don't know. One is that it hasn't been long since recovered from the ice, and it has also experienced the great battle of Chitauri's invasion of the Earth. One came back from Avengers Alliance 4 through time and space. Such a thing is definitely a big deal. Barton, I can win the battle sure enough. At Suching, you found this too, great. Go on Sue, I really want to hear your continued analysis. Well, Barton is serious about this sentence. If Suching didn't deliberately pretend to be hesitation at the end of that sentence, then Barton would think that Suching was a random analysis by a blind cat and a dead mouse. But now, since it is consistent with my own observation and analysis, it also shows that Suching is really capable. After all, he is known as Hawkeye. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Okay, then I will continue to analyze. First put this question down, then let's see the comparison of these people's attitudes towards Steve Rogers. The first picture from S.H.I.E.L.D. These people obviously received the order to capture Captain America, so the elevator battle took place, but combined with Captain America, they said, I think this is a personal grievance. Then it can be calculated, Steve should have found something cobweb horse trail. And in the second picture, when they looked at the Steve, they didn't plan to do anything. When Steve said he was going to take over the box containing the Mind Scepter, one pretended to call Director S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other was ready to fight. It can be seen that they do not trust Steve Rogers. But you've all seen the second clip. Steve just said a word in Sitwell's ear, and they handed the Soul Scepter to Steve. So, what kind of words can they agree with? According to the options given in the answering chat room, 1. the secretary sent me over. If you don't want to fight, then give me things. Suching, this option is impossible, otherwise it won't be the first clip. Steve had a fight with them in the elevator. In addition, I don't know if you paid attention to it. In the second clip, Steve was talking about the term Secretary General. The second option, someone wants to snatch the scepter, and the strength is very strong. I will take the scepter to attract people away, and you will support it later. This is also impossible. After all, you see, if this option is true, does Sitwell, Crossbones Rumlow, have a nervous expression? No, instead, after Captain America finished saying that sentence, there was a trace of fortune on their faces, a trace of realization, and a trace of doubt. So, what is it that can make them reflect so much? Think about it carefully. Combined with what Steve said in the first clip, I think this is a personal grievance. As Suching's last sentence fell, the answering chat room suddenly exploded. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff, oh my god, my hairs are standing up now. If it is really the last option, wouldn't it prove? These people are Hydra? Barton, I can win the battle, god, at Suching, Su. If your analysis is true, then something big will happen in this world. Nick Fury. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, there is still Hydra in this world. Nick Fury. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, who originally wanted to weigh Suching's skills, was leaning on the chair, and the whole person seemed extremely unacceptable. He never expected that after Suching's analysis, the result would actually be like this. Who is the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Steve Rogers? There is only one, and that is the one I trust most, Alexander Pierce. Is he Hydra? How is this possible? This is too ridiculous. But looking at Suching's analysis, it is reasonable, well documented and well documented. In the subconscious, Nick Fury realized that he already believed it. When I think of Alexander Pierce, this man who is even willing to use his life to block bullets for him is actually Hydra. Nick Fury suddenly felt a little numb in his hands and feet. This news shocked him too much. Thanks to the big guys for the monthly ticket reminder. I didn't say anything. I will guarantee 7 changes today and strive for 10 changes. Also, please ask for flowers and evaluation votes. The flowers evaluation votes are not very good. But stayed up late to watch the football game last night. The men's football won by 2-0, happy. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Captain America, Hydra Hail. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, Nick Fury has come close to believing that Hydra exists. As Nick Fury originally communicated with Natasha Romanoff. They just want to test Suching. After all, almost all the members in the answering chat room already know. Wanda and Pietro have been adopted by Natasha Romanoff. Steve Rogers, he has asked Hill to send someone to find it. Tony Stark, that is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., the son of Mr. Howard Stark. Doctor Strange, a well-known doctor, had been stared at by people dispatched by Hill. The Supreme Magician Ancient One, the existence of that person S.H.I.E.L.D. has no way at all and is not qualified to monitor it. Bruce Banner, after being mutated by gamma rays, is now carefully hiding his identity, for fear of being discovered by General Ross. As for the so-called Thor of Asgard, he is not on Earth, so S.H.I.E.L.D. can't reach it either. Only Suching, he is so mysterious that S.H.I.E.L.D. has not investigated him until now. Whether it is the real identity or the specific location, Nick Fury will never take it lightly for what he cannot control or understand. Especially Suching is also the only manager of this mysterious answering chat room. I have to find a way to figure out all of his circumstances to be able to rest assured. Even if, According to that supreme magician Ancient One, he is the superhero of the future. So from the beginning, I let Natasha Romanoff get close to him, wanting to get his location identity. Later, I discussed with Natasha Romanoff again and prepared to pick him up in the answering chat room. On the one hand, test him, on the other hand, once a person is praised, the more problems will be exposed. Under flattery, people's mentality will inevitably float, even if he is unwilling to admit it. Nick Fury thinks he is very clear about the control of people's hearts. However, I didn't expect that. I just held it up halfway, and everything I want to know about Suching hasn't been known yet. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a problem first. A leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. operation group, Crossbones Rumlow, S.H.I.E.L.D's 7th level agent Sitwell. It will most likely be Hydra? Even Alexander Pearce, his most trusted person, is Hydra? This makes Nick Fury somewhat unacceptable. Thinking of this, Nick Fury picked up his phone and sent a text message directly to Natasha Romanoff. Inside the apartment. Looking at the content of the text message on the mobile phone, Natasha Romanoff raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "I don't stop contacting Suching, but if possible, the purpose of pulling him into S.H.I.E.L.D. will be turned into friendship." Heh, don't you want him to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? It seems that Nick Fury has tended to believe Suching's analysis. S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely to have big problems inside. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff responded with a reply and deleted the text message after receiving it. After deleting the text message, Natasha Romanoff thought, Nick Fury tends to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. is really wrong, but he is not 100% sure. In this case, the answer to the question in the answer chat room is very important. If Steve Rogers really said Hydra Hail, then it can prove it. Although Natasha Romanoff is unwilling to believe that the S.H.I.E.L.D. that he has been playing for, there are actually a lot of Hydra in it. Even thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff felt a little numb in his scalp. However, she still wanted to bet. If this matter is true, then I also think about my own affairs with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff is directly in the answering chat room, and it has Suching. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Suching. I believe your analysis, but this matter is extremely important to us S.H.I.E.L.D. So man, do you answer this question? If you do not answer, then I need to verify it. Looking at AITE's own Natasha Romanoff, Suching also laughed. This is no more temptation? That's right, after all, for S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra is hidden inside, which is an extremely scary thing. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, I am not interested in being a superhero at all, so I answered the question correctly, and I don't care about getting some ability. If you want to answer, then please. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Suching, thank you. If this thing is true, then I owe you a favor. After replying to Suching, Natasha Romanoff replied directly to the answering chat room, I believe Sue's inference, so I choose the third option. Steve Rogers said, it is Hydra Hail. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's answer, whether it is Barton, Steve Rogers, or Nick Fury at this moment, they all looked at the answering chat room intently. At this moment, whether this answer is correct or not is extremely important to them. As mentioned in the previous chapter, Nick Fury and Widow's sister urged Suching to analyze in order to test the protagonist. Why don't you just start cursing if you don't look at it seriously? Co-authoring is just spraying. Big guy, don't ask to read it carefully, but don't come up. Just curse. Be merciful. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The Gratitude of the Widow. Member Natasha Romanoff answered the question, "Are you sure the answer?" Listening to the strong mechanical sound of the system, the widow's sister replied without hesitation, "Okay." System prompt: congratulations to the member Natasha Romanoff who answered correctly and obtained the skill Death Replacement. As the voice of the system fell, the clips continued to play in the answering chat room. In the picture, Steve Rogers stood in the elevator, leaned slightly, and said Hydra Hail in Sitwell's ear. Then, as the elevator door slowly opened, I saw Captain America with a relaxed and smug expression on his face, taking the box with the soul scepter and striding away. In the elevator, the expression on Crossbones Rumlow's face was a bit stunned. As for Sitwell, he was looking at Captain America's back, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. After the segment was played, there was an uproar in the answering chat room. "Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, this is really Hydra Hail?" At Steve Rogers, "Smart, easy to get something. Strange, I'm here to negotiate among the rumors I've heard about Captain America since I was a child. He has always been an upright, kind, courageous, responsible person. He was just a little bit when he left the elevator. The triumphant smile makes me feel that he is far away from the legend and is more like a person living by our side. Barton, I can win the battle, so don't use a stereotype to treat a person. I thought that the honest captain would hit them all and snatch the box." At Steve Rogers, "Great job. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Thank you for the compliment, although this hasn't happened to me yet. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaning on the chair, Nick Fury's face is extremely ugly at the moment. After Natasha Romanoff answered correctly, does that mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. really has Hydra? Moreover, in the second scene of the broadcast, the Secretary General of Captain America Steve Rogers. This has proved to be an old friend, a person whom he once trusted extremely. It turned out to be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s greatest enemy, Hydra. Think about it, besides him, who else has the ability to use S.H.I.E.L.D. as a greenhouse that nourishes Hydra? In addition to him, who else has this ability? Let Hydra's influence slowly expand among S.H.I.E.L.D. If possible, at this moment Nick Fury really wants to find Alexander Pierce, grabbing his collar to vent his anger. But, no. At least for now, it is absolutely impossible. Reason tells Nick Fury that he only knows a few people from Hydra. Maybe, no, not maybe, yes. There must be more Hydra people hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. If I had turned my face with Alexander Pierce now, then maybe he could be the last to laugh, maybe it would be him. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. maybe. Thinking of this, Nick Fury took a deep breath. At this moment, he was very fortunate that he knew in advance that he was the identity of Hydra, and also very fortunate that there is such a chat room for answering questions. At least, those who can appear in the answering chat room will all be superhero in the future. This will be my biggest help in the future and the strongest guarantee in the world. Even if they are now, except for Captain Steve Rogers, and the Supreme Magician Ancient One that he has never met, no one else can reach the superhero. Thinking of this, Nick Fury forced himself to calm down. It's just that the feeling of betrayal similar to the most trusted person in my heart still makes Nick Fury feel a little disgusting. Inside the apartment. Death. Feeling the skills that she had suddenly added, the widow's sister immediately checked the introduction of the system carefully. Replacement of death, those with skills will be resurrected after death. The resurrection does not affect what has already happened. It is the best skill for a certain cliff-jumping sacrifice. Note, this skill is a consumable item. It will automatically disappear after use. Seeing the introduction of the death replacement skill, the widow's sister suddenly curled her lips speechlessly. Especially when I thought that in the answering chat room, the suffix of my name, combined with this skill, is tailored for myself. After all, besides yourself, who else has the suffix called stop fighting, I jump off the cliff? However, this can be regarded as an extra life. And this, I also want to thank Suching, regardless of whether his analysis can also be analyzed in the same way. But he still gave himself the opportunity to answer the questions. Thinking of this, the widow's sister directly asked the answering chat room system, in order to thank Suching, can I give him some of my things? The third one is delivered, by the way. Brother, it seems that I don't have a black mom to provoke Faker. It's normal, you think, after he knows that a person will be a superhero in the future. He is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Avengers, the proposed organizer, definitely will choose to find him and let him join Avengers too. Besides, Suching is still identified by the Supreme Magician Ancient One, and the future superhero. Nick Fury will definitely focus on it. This is in line with Nick Fury character. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Skills sent to herself by the widow. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, the answering chat room system seemed to be dead, and there was a moment of silence. Although the system originally did not have any intelligence, perhaps even it did not expect that someone would take the initiative to make this request. Ken. Hearing the system's answer, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. Whether it is to repay Suching, or to test the function of this answering chat room. At least, everything she wants to know has already been obtained. Manhattan, inside Suching's shop. Damn it, don't you know that I closed the door, just don't want to sell things. Looking at the strong black man in front of the counter, Suching frowned and said, "Oh, Mr. Kong, everyone knows that the price is the most reasonable here. Help, or we will suffer a lot." Listening to the prayer of the strong black man in front of me, Suching glanced outside the window, then turned around, looking for something in the drawer. After a while, a handful of browning was placed on the counter. Know the rules? Definitely. He took browning from the counter with a look of excitement, and then took out 2 rolls of banknotes from his pocket. Don't worry, we all understand the rules. No matter what happens, it won't hurt you. Either we brothers like to buy weapons from you. First, you don't have to worry about being tracked down if they are clean and without signs, and second, you don't have to worry about being slaughtered. Otherwise, who knows if those bought on the black market will be investigated by the state police. And the price is very expensive. While putting the pistol on his waist, the strong black man blinked at Suching. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't go to the 5th block tonight." "Where do we ambush the Buffalo Gang guys at night? These guys have become more and more arrogant recently. In fact, we don't have to buy weapons. After all, we also have them, but you know, the bullets will be found, so." Blinking at Suching, the black brawny said with a smug expression on his face, "I seem to be excited about my cleverness. 5th block? I know. Now, get out." Pointing to the door, Suching said unceremoniously, "Hey, let's go buddy. By the way, Boss Bill asked me to say hello to you." With that, the strong black man gave Suching a thumbs up, then turned and left. Yes, this shop run by Suching not only sells some food, spare parts, but also some weapons. Otherwise, how can it be possible to afford an apartment in a place like Manhattan? However, in the past 3 years, Suching is very low-key and knows some rules, so no one has investigated here at all. Just closing the door of the store, I heard a message from the system. A member of the answering chat room, Natasha Romanoff has sent you the skill Firearms and Weapon Proficiency and Close Combat Master Skills. Would you like to accept it? Hearing this prompt, Suching was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately chose to receive it. Death obtained this skill for Widow's sister, and he also obtained it. Not only that, as a perfect strengthening version, This skill not only gave Suqing 100 more lives. After death, Suqing was able to immediately recover to the peak state of his body. In other words, the second Suqing before he died, the battle exhausted himself. However, after he died in the next second, Suqing was resurrected, and all indicators of physical strength and ability were completely at their peak. For details, please refer to Doctor Strange, who I am here to negotiate. In other words, if you encounter a formidable enemy who needs to be truly desperate, he will be killed by resurrection after death. As for the proficient in firearms and melee combat master level skills that the widow's sister suddenly transmitted, it can be regarded as a surprise. The reason Suqing was shocked was completely because he didn't expect that the system still has this function. At the beginning of Awakening, the system did not inform this skill. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff at Suqing, this is a little thank you, you're welcome. After all, the skills obtained by answering the questions correctly are a consumable, but they are enough for me to have the second one. Life. This is very important for people like me. Watching the widow's sister eat directly in the answering chat room instead of talking about herself privately. Suqing guessed that the widow's sister wanted to tell other people that people in the chat room should help each other in the future. Under the prompts of others, the answers were correct and the skills given by the system were obtained. Don't forget to give them to the people who helped them. Some thanks. Secondly, it is also for the sake of being upright and wanting to be good to myself. Maybe this is the task Nick Fury gave her. After all, if you are Nick Fury, you will never let go of any knowledge and understanding, other superhero opportunities in the answering chat room. After all, as an agent king who has always been committed to maintaining the security of the world and is determined to build Avengers, it would be a shame to give up such a good opportunity. So many future superhero, what a good fruit, ahem, what a good candidate to keep the world safe. 3 days, after today, it will be nearly 60,000 characters. Brother Meng, please ask for flowers and evaluation votes. The evaluation votes for flowers are pitiful. Give your children a little bit, please. Asterisk. Chapter 29 The attack on Tony Stark has begun. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Natasha Romanoff, what's the situation? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff nothing, just to thank Sue for helping me answer the question correctly, and I got a life-saving hole card, and then I gave Sue some of my skills. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff, can the answering chat room be played like this? Then you packaged your skills and gave it to Sue. Can you still use it? Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff definitely yes, I just asked the answering chat room to help me copy some ability, it's not that I was deprived of ability by the wrong answer, so I can use it naturally. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick ahem, that at Natasha Romanoff, if this is also possible, can I give Hulk to you? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Strange, I'm here to negotiate I just learned about Dr. Banner with the people in the group. I'm thinking, if you don't mind, you can transform into Hulk and let me study it. Or if possible, then I don't mind accepting Hulk, after all, my future teacher is the Supreme Magician Ancient One, so I think she should have a way. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at, shut up, I just scared the nightmare, there are still a lot of dark magic things to deal with, don't trouble me. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation Dr. at Banner, skills, Natasha Romanoff as a thank you gift is a skill, forget the Hulk on you. No one can accept it? Strange, I'm here to negotiate G. Okay, I'm just a little curious, after all, gamma rays can make Dr. Banner turn into a Hulk. This is a bit peculiar, so I want to study it. Barton, I can win the battle at, I think you want to transform from a neurologist genius doctor into a professional anatomical forensic doctor. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton, that's okay, as long as you can give me vampires, werewolves, alien princes, then I don't mind being a forensic doctor. After all, for the sake of medicine, at Thorodin at this moment. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at, you are enough. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at, stop arguing, watch the show. At Tony Stark, be careful on your right. In the Ahan Desert. Sitting in the desert at the moment, Tony Stark is blowing the evening breeze while watching the members chat in the group. After seeing its own Suching directly in the answering chat room, he subconsciously looked to the right. Damn it! With a curse, Tony Stark stood up immediately and hid directly behind the pillar. Immediately, a violent explosion sounded instantly. Inside the tent, Colonel Rod, who was discussing the display of new weapons tomorrow with his soldiers, heard the sudden explosion, and rushed out with the weapon. As soon as I rushed out of the tent, I saw that some soldiers in the camp were already fighting with a group of people who were dressed in ragged clothes but with very good weapons. Seeing this scene, Rod immediately fought back with his weapon, and ran toward the pillar where Tony Stark was hiding. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching, thank you buddy, I owe you once. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark, don't talk, hurry up and deal with your affairs first. Answer the questions in the chat room. Since Suching has not closed Tony Stark's third view video sharing live broadcast at the moment, everyone in the group can see this battle at this moment. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wow, does this start straight away? I thought, at least until the weapon display tomorrow. After all, in the first question, Tony was attacked during the day. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at, it's normal, after all, Tony Stark went to the Ahan Desert in advance, so many people were caught off guard. Even Obadiah Stine probably contacted those people urgently. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Are these people so courageous? How dare you directly attack the camps of these soldiers? Barton, I can win the battle at Steve Rogers, Captain, this is not 70 years ago, and there is the Ahan Desert. In the clip, they all dared to attack Colonel Rod's convoy, then attack now. A camp is nothing. After all, there are not many soldiers there, and it is not a real base, more like a temporary shelter. In addition to night attacks, many soldiers were unprepared. Plus the weapons they use are more sophisticated. So they are naturally not afraid. After all, the desert is their world. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Tony Stark, hold on for a while, I have asked the already prepared S.H.I.E.L.D agent to support you. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Nick Fury, don't disturb Tony at this time, let him concentrate on dealing with the enemy. The fifth one is delivered. Thank you for the flowers and monthly ticket. So many more flowers came out at once. Seriously, I was really shocked. I was flattered and flattered. Thank you, Xiao Ba. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Tony, explain. Can anyone give me an explanation? Damn it, what are you doing here? Dodging bullets all the way to Tony Stark's side, Rod was holding a gun in his right hand, and his left hand was about to pull Tony Stark away. While pulling Tony Stark's arm, Rod cursed, damn it, I would have arranged more people here if I knew it. I didn't expect a bunch of lunatics to come and attack. Being held by Rodala, Tony Stark didn't move, but pulled Rod over. What are you doing? Are you going to die? Not only did he not evade, but Tony Stark looked relaxed. Rod suddenly frowned and asked. You know? Rod, my life is more expensive. Although there was a hint of relief on his face, Tony Stark's eyes were very gloomy. It's just that under the night, hiding behind the pillar, Rod did not see it. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen to this fierce battle, damn it, my most important task right now is to keep you safe. Tony, it's not a feat at this time. It's ready soon. Before Rod finished roaring amidst the sound of the bullet explosion, Tony Stark took out his phone and pressed the button directly. Boom. Boom. As Tony Stark pressed the button, headed by the bald head, the group that was shooting frantically towards the side suddenly exploded violently. Under the night, the violent explosion ignited fireballs, which seemed to be able to illuminate the entire night sky. When the explosion sounded through the entire temporary camp, from nowhere, elite teams with wolf heads on their arms rushed over from all directions. Then they launched a frantic attack on the group of people who attacked Tony Stark forward. These people, whether they are marksmanship or how harsh their shots are, far exceed those of the soldiers led by Rod. I just don't know why, the weapons in these people's hands, every bullet did not attack the vital points of the people who attacked Tony, but only for the purpose of making this group of people lose their combat effectiveness. Wolf Mercenary Group. Listening to the support coming, Rod raised his head and glanced over there, looking at the helpers who suddenly appeared. Colonel Rod suddenly asked Tony Stark in surprise, "You called these people from the Wolf Mercenary Group?" I said, "My life is very expensive." With no joy or sadness on his face, Tony Stark sat there, leaning on the stone pillar, quietly waiting for the group of people he hired to solve the battle. Answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Nick Fury. Let your S.H.I.E.L.D. people stop coming, otherwise it is easy to get hurt by mistake. I will solve this by myself. SHIELD. At this moment, Nick Fury, who was engrossed in the scene of the Tony Stark attack on the scene, nodded and replied after receiving him it himself. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday at Tony Stark? No problem, I will let my people come back. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wow, growing up, it's the first time I saw such a fierce battle. After all, the first half of my life was very peaceful. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at, really, I envy you a bit. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, haha, is this the battle of mortals? It seems fierce, but in fact it is like playing a house. If it were me, then I would first use my hammer to lead a sky thunder, and then rush over to bring them all down. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it, haha. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost his hammer at Barton, what does he mean? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Thor, it's okay, praise you for being handsome. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, haha, I didn't expect that a man on earth would also know me. Thor's handsome, at Barton, you are very discerning, man, I start to like you. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. In the picture. When the gunfire gradually ceased, Tony Stark and Rod stood up from behind the stone pillar. The matter is resolved. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group came over with a rifle, then looked at Tony Stark and said with a smile, I thought, how powerful is the force that can mobilize our Wild Wolf mercenary group? That's a mess of sophisticated weapons. Yes, in the eyes of the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, the group of people who attacked Tony Stark is no different from the gangsters in those neighborhoods. Perhaps the only difference is that those bullies don't have such sophisticated weapons. Tony, did you know that someone was going to attack you? Looking at the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group in front of him, Rod frowned and looked at Tony Stark and asked, I think, we are friends, I need an explanation. Explain? Huh. Listening to Rod's words, Tony Stark gave a depressed smile. I also want an explanation, an account that is regarded as a relative and is regarded as the most trusted uncle for betrayal. But who will give me an explanation? Seeing Rod left, the disappointment in Tony Stark's eyes was extremely strong. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Apology from Tony Stark. What happened to you? Seeing the intense disappointment in Tony Stark's eyes. As one of Tony Stark's few friends, Rod realized something was wrong in an instant. What happened? Tony, we are friends, you can trust me completely, I am on your side. Throwing the weapon in his hand aside, Rod grabbed Tony Stark's shoulder with both hands, and asked with a serious expression. Sorry, I just lost my mind. Looking at him, Rod was very serious and full of care. Tony Stark smiled apologetically, it's nothing, but then, let's borrow the camp you temporarily set up. I haven't finished my business yet, okay? Watching Tony Stark regain his former appearance. Rod frowned, but he nodded slightly. Seeing Rod agrees, Tony Stark turned his head to look at the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, then next, it's time for you to really play, man, don't let me down. Haha, how is it possible? Our group of people are professional. With these guys, they also want to keep secrets in front of us. Hearing Tony Stark's words, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group turned around and waved his hand gently. In the next moment, the members under his hands directly stood up the group of people who fell on the ground and wailed and walked toward the camp. After the matter is over, I will give you an explanation, Rod, trust me. Looking at the group of people who were erected one by one, and then taken into the tent to attack themselves. Tony Stark said to Rod. Answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times as I said, the reason why I have to come in person this time is not just to test Obadi Stan. Many of Stark Industries' weapons have been sold privately, including those who attacked me, who have weapons made by Stark Industries in their hands. It will be difficult to find them if I don't come in person. After all, the Ahan Desert is too big. How could the weapons I made use these damned guys as weapons to attack civilians, causing countless families to be scattered and destroyed? Speaking of which, Tony Stark gave Wanda and Pietro. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Wanda, you said that your parents died on weapons with the word Stark Industrial. Although I don't know it, I feel very much about it. Feel sorry. Believe me, after this matter is over, I will thoroughly investigate all the people connected with this record, and I will not let go of these people. Although I am sorry for being late, but I am sincere. Please believe me, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. I definitely know that it is useless to apologize, so if I can compensate you, even if this wrong thing was not directly caused by me. Listening to the camp not far away, there was a burst of tragic and painful wailing. Tony Stark frowned, then eyed in the group Sucheng. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, at Sucheng, Su, can you close the live sharing? I think you should have heard this painful wailing, after all, there are still younger children like Wanda and Pietro in the answering chat room. Sucheng, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem? System reminder, the administrator Sucheng has closed the third view real-time sharing of live broadcast images. SHIELD. Seeing that the live broadcast was turned off, Nick Fury was relieved and leaned gently on the chair. As long as Tony Stark is not really kidnapped and killed, then there is no big problem. The only things that deserve your own attention at the moment are the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D, and Alexander Pierce. Inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment. Sister, do you believe Tony Stark? Watching the real-time live broadcast of the answering chat room was closed. Pietro glanced at Wanda, who looked a little uncomfortable, and asked quietly. I don't know, but I think what he said should be true. The missile that killed our parents and destroyed our family shouldn't be sold by him. But no matter what, the death of our parents has something to do with him. Even if the weapon is not sold by him, it is still made by him and Stark Industries under his name. Hearing Wanda's words, Pietro nodded slightly. Just about to say something, there was a knock on the door outside the door. "Little guys, how are you two?" Came in with 2 cups of milk, looking at the twins who were still a little stiff at the moment. Natasha Romanoff has a gentle smile on his face at this moment. Add a 7th more to arrive. I knew I didn't stay up to watch football last night, and now my head is a little dizzy, haha. I will continue to have at least 7 more updates tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Natasha Romanoff, how can I not go to school? Sister Natasha Romanoff. Sister Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Natasha Romanoff walking in with 2 glasses of milk, Wanda and Pietro stood up subconsciously. Don't be so restrained. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of me, I don't know why, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Perhaps it is because the lonely soul is always the easiest to get along with. Or maybe it's because I have been playing for a long time and I think I belong to the righteous side. At this moment, I know that it is because of Hydra. So I can find a trace of comfort in these 2 little guys. But no matter what, looking at these 2 little guys in front of me, at least there is a little more of life in my own home. Passing a cup of milk in his hand, Natasha Romanoff smiled and sat beside Wanda, stretched out his hand, and hugged Wanda, who was so cute at this moment, in his arms. At your age, I should prefer drinks like cola rather than milk. It's just that they are not bought at home. Wait a minute, I have sent a few boxes over. But you should drink less of that thing. At least not as a substitute for water. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, I felt the warmth of my arm around me. Wanda pursed her mouth, then shook her head. Pietro and I have never drunk Coke, so I don't know if we like it or not. Perhaps I drank it before I was 8, but it's been more than 5 years, so I have forgotten what the taste of Coke is. After speaking, Wanda drank the frosted milk in the cup in one breath. Then there was a sweet smile at Natasha Romanoff. Sweet, milk is actually quite good. When we were wandering in Sokovia, Pietro and I rarely had the opportunity to drink it. After being coaxed and arrested by that group of people, there is no more milk to drink. Listening to Wanda's somewhat contented tone at the moment, and Pietro subconsciously only drank a small half, it seemed that he wanted to save the other half of the cup for Wanda's subconscious action. Natasha Romanoff hugged 2 children who were only about 13 years old at the moment with some distress. My poor little, this will be your home from now on. You can treat me as your sister. With his 2.5-year-old children in his arms, Natasha Romanoff raised his head slightly, looked at the ceiling, and said softly, "Here, don't be restrained, don't be afraid. Actually, I also like your arrival very much. In the past, my sister was like you, wandering around the world, avoiding hunting and killing. Later, I finally got a support, so I don't have to worry about being chased by that damn red house, thinking that I have found a home. But who would have thought that there are many 9-headed bugs hidden in the home I think is safe and reliable. 9-headed bugs." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda raised his head slightly to meet Natasha Romanoff's gentle gaze. He pursed his lips, and after a little hesitation, Wanda still asked softly, "Sister Natasha Romanoff, are you talking about Hydra? You know? Yes, you should have heard of it in the answering chat room." "No, Pietro and I know Hydra, not because of the answer chat room." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda shook his head slightly. And Pietro, who was also hugged by Natasha Romanoff, opened his mouth and said, "Sister Natasha Romanoff, in fact, the people who coaxed us to arrest us are the people in Sokovia, and they are also Hydra. We can always hear them calling Hydra hail in that castle." Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Pietro said seriously, If you need it, then forget about this. This is not something you should be exposed to at your age. Knowing what Pietro wanted to say, the widow's sister interrupted with a smile. You are at your age now, you should live, study, and play carefree. Perhaps the experience of the past few years has made you more mature than your peers and have seen more darkness. But, because we have experienced pain before, we have to work hard to live better in the future, right? When you grow up, whether you want to get revenge on Tony Stark, or whether you want to become a so-called superhero, my sister won't stop you. But that's all in the future. Now, you should study hard and enjoy life. Work hard to find the happiness that was accidentally lost in previous years. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and rubbed the heads of the two little guys, Wanda and Pietro. I have helped you find a good school. If you don't study, you can't do it? Definitely, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it. At least, you have to experience the life of a few years of school like your peers. I don't want to look at such lovely two younger siblings, living the kind of street-wandering life. This is also what I dreamed of for my sister. After all, since I am sensible, I have longed for school life. It's a pity. Natasha Romanoff put his arms around Wanda and Pietro. A trace of regret flashed on his face. When they were their age, what I came into contact with was not the wonderful things in the textbooks, but how to kill people quickly and effectively. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Tony Stark's Nightmare. Nailed it? After half an hour. Ahan Desert. Looking at Tony Stark in front of him, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group shook the blood stained with the knife in his hand, and then said to Tony Stark, "The other party dares to attack here with such an upright and open mind. I thought that even if the other party is a gangster, they are all courageous and tough guys, but I didn't expect it, all of them are gangsters. Especially the head bald. I haven't used many props yet, so I just recruited them all. Even to verify that what he said is true or false, I deliberately forced a few more people, and it turned out that this group of people is really disappointing." After looking at a torture to extract a confession, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group was dissatisfied. Tony Stark asked, "Where are the weapons of Stark Industries?" "Promise." Passing a note to Tony Stark, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group smiled and said, "I said, we are professional, so we are the best at using people's money to eliminate disasters. Even if you are a murderer, as long as you have money, we can help you solve everything." Listening to the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, Tony Stark frowned. Looking at the address and coordinates written on the piece of paper, Tony Stark put the note away and said to the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, "I am not a murderer. At least I didn't get any blood on my hands." "Tisk tusk, don't tell me that, go talk to those who have broken homes." Facing Tony Stark's words, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group waved his hand indifferently. "Even mercenaries like us can't do anything to slaughter the entire village. You know that when I was just interrogated, that bald head explained everything. They used the weapons made by your Stark Industries, but they committed countless blood debts. According to my estimation, at least thousands of people have been forced to leave their homes around the Ahan Desert. As for the dead, more, even some children. This is all thanks to the weapons developed by your famous genius. But forget it, our mercenaries always take people's money and do things for others, so who are you? Do you suddenly show some kindness, or have other purposes, which have nothing to do with us? Next time if you still want to use us, you are welcome to contact us at any time. Go." Waved to Tony Stark, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group turned around and waved his hand gently. Soon, all members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group left this temporary camp by night. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group seemed to have made an unintentional remark, but Tony Stark couldn't make himself careless. Especially when I thought of what Wanda and Pietro said in the answer chat room. The more I think about it, the more Tony Stark feels a little heartbroken. What's wrong? Looking at Tony with a somewhat ugly expression, Rod on the side asked. The plane can take off, take me back overnight. After a moment of silence, Tony Stark looked at Rod and spoke. Naturally, it's okay. It's okay to go back. Although new weapons are more important to the Stark industry, something like this has happened. Stop talking to me about weapons, I don't want to hear the word Stark industrial weapons now. Reaching out, patted Rod on the shoulder, Tony Stark said with an ugly expression. On the plane. In any case, Tony Stark can't sleep. As long as you close your eyes, you seem to be able to hear the words of the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. In his mind, when the picture of himself being attacked was played, Wanda and Pietro's schadenfreude and curse words echoed in his mind from time to time. Obviously I didn't do anything, and even the weapons shed from the Stark industry were not my own. But weapons are always developed by ourselves. Does it really have nothing to do with yourself? Recalling what I had just heard, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group said that many villages were slaughtered. And the weapons used by those damn guys were made by themselves. Tony Stark felt that a picture appeared before his eyes. It was originally a quiet and peaceful village, and everyone had a simple smile on their faces. But the next second, the original calm was broken by the roars howling, Stark industrial missile that seemed to cut through the air and made a sharp sound. The missile greeted everyone's horrified gaze and directly slammed into the small village. Suddenly, the explosion sounded and the flames skyrocketed. Countless people panicked, wailed, and wolves rushed, but in the end they were still swallowed by the explosion. In a moment, the originally peaceful village became corpses all over the field. Looking around, under the blazing fire, everything is devastated and ruined. Roar. He took a long sigh of relief and rubbed his cheek vigorously. That nightmare-like scene made Tony Stark sweat slightly in his hands. Looking at Rod, who was resting next to him with his eyes closed, Tony Stark's eyes flashed a little complicated. Perhaps this is the first time I feel that it is not so correct to continue to develop weapons along my father's old path, right? Asterisk. Chapter 34 When I killed people, they were still peeing and mud. Manhattan, in the shop where Suching is located. Look at the content on the text message. Suching thought for a while, then said to a man not far away, Frank, help me look at the store for a while. Someone asked me to go out for dinner. Damn, I'm here to buy things. Hearing Suching's words, the man named Frank rolled his eyes silently, and then walked to the front of the counter very proficiently. He cracked open the cash register, and the skillful movements made people feel a little distressed. Today, there are more than 3,000 in total, and more than half of it is Browning's money, don't look at it. Seeing Frank's actions, Suching walked out and said, by the way, when the store is closed at night, don't go to 5th Street. Bill and the others are going to fight. Don't worry, I'm more proficient in this kind of thing than you. When I killed people, Bill and the guys didn't know where to pee and mud. Cut. Putting a middle finger towards Frank, Suching turned and left directly. Listen to the roaring engine of Suching's car outside. Frank, who was standing inside the counter, closed the cash register and looked at the black coupe outside the window, leaving like lightning. Frank muttered to himself with some puzzlement, I haven't seen you in a few days, this guy's momentum is a bit wrong. The walking posture is a bit like a top expert. After thinking about it, Frank shook his head, forget it, let him, anyway, in the end, it's not me who will have the headache. Shrugging his shoulders and sitting inside the counter, Frank played a small game with his phone. After a while, 2 blonde girls walked in. Huh? Uncle Frank? Where's Sue? Looking at Frank at the counter, he looked around the store again. After not finding Suching's figure, one of the girls asked curiously. Someone asked him out for dinner. What are you looking for, Sue? Don't tell me the two of you are pregnant with Sue's child together. Listening to Frank's ridicule, the two girls were not shy, but rather boldly put a middle finger towards Frank. Cut, you old guy knows to say something bad. We and Suke are very pure. Haha, the word purity is used well. Does Sue look down on you too? Seriously, if he doesn't like you too, then I don't mind. Boring. Frank glanced at it, and the two girls went to the store and picked up the food on their own. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Frank picked up the phone, looked at the unknown number displayed on it, and frowned. After the two girls paid and left, Frank answered the phone and said, I remember, I told you not to disturb my life. I need your help. Need my help? No time, I'm looking at the store for someone else. Listening to the very familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Frank's voice was a little cold. Nick, you don't need to call me for fighting and killing, I don't care about these things anymore. Do you want to be an alcoholic forever? Frank, don't forget that you are. What am I? Ha, I'm just a trash. Listening to the voice of Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, Frank sat on the chair, took a coin from his pocket and threw it into the cash register. Then I picked up a piece of candy from the table and threw it into my mouth. I have long been so disappointed in life, so I am now willing to be an alcoholic and a waste. After all, this is how I can alleviate my miss for my family. The world is in danger, Frank. What does it have to do with me? Before Nick Fury finished speaking, Frank interrupted directly. This world is full of danger and injustice every day. It's like when my whole family died at gunpoint. I used to believe that the law could punish those people severely. But in fact, I didn't want me to do it myself in the end. Nick, no matter what happens in this world, it has nothing to do with me. After all, the world will be destroyed. It happens that I can also go to accompany my family. Oh. Listening to Frank's indifferent voice on the other end of the phone, Nick Fury finally sighed helplessly. After hanging up the phone, Frank suddenly sneered. S.H.I.E.L.D? Ghosts just joined SHIELD. I have already said that the people in S.H.I.E.L.D can't be trusted. Who told you not to listen? With that said, Frank stretched his waist, then leaned back on the chair and played with his mobile phone. Manhattan, in a relatively high-level restaurant. So, today is the first time I met, so you invite me to dinner, and I invite you to drink. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was in a casual outfit but couldn't hide her excellent figure, Suching asked with a smile. I invite you to dinner, you invite me to drink? This sentence is quite interesting. Natasha Romanoff smiled and poured a glass of wine for Suching on the opposite side, and then smiled and asked, however, you so easily agreed to invite you out for lunch, which I didn't expect. I thought you would continue to hide your identity. Never mind. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Suching smiled lightly. I never thought of being a superhero, so I don't want S.H.I.E.L.D to disturb me. But it's different now. Even if I let you know my identity, S.H.I.E.L.D will not keep his eyes on me. After all, a hydra is enough for you to work. Plus U.S.H.I.E.L.D, even if you know my identity, I'm afraid I don't worry about anyone monitoring me now. After all, who knows if the person sent here is from your S.H.I.E.L.D or from Hydra? Isn't it? Looking at Natasha Romanoff in front of him, Suching replied very casually. Sorry, I was really uncomfortable today, it was too uncomfortable, so for the time being, I won't ask for flower evaluation votes and the like. I'm sorry to ask. I will definitely make up the updates I owe tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 35 New Answers, Malicious Clips from the System. You invite me to dinner, I invite you to drink. Very fair way, so the two people chatted from noon until the evening. During this period, we chatted very happily. More often than not, Suching was listening, and Natasha Romanoff talked about it. When I watched Marvel movie universe before, I didn't find that the widow's sister could say that. But it's right to think about it. After all, how can a person who can inherit the name Black Widow be a silent person? Especially when talking about the twins Wanda Pietro, Natasha Romanoff really seemed to have a ray of light in his eyes. It can be seen that she really likes having two more siblings in her home, even thinking about it. I have been alone for too long, so I am naturally very happy for two brothers and sisters who are connected by common problems. It can be said that the host and guest of this meal are harmonious, and the widow's sister gave Suching a pleasant conversation, and Suching gave the widow's sister a feeling like a spring breeze. Both are very satisfied, and more importantly, both have got what they want to know. For example, Suching knows that before S.H.I.E.L.D. has completely solved Hydra, they will not send people over to monitor themselves, nor will they force themselves into the superhero group. For example, Natasha Romanoff understood that although Suching said that he didn't want to be a superhero, he was impeccable in terms of character and attitude. After the host and the guests enjoyed themselves, the two of them left the restaurant and said goodbye to each other at the door and left. What's interesting is that after the two people left, Suching's original smile, like a spring breeze, gradually disappeared. And the widow's sister's talkative smile in the car gradually disappeared. One is a very smart person, and the other is a person who knows the future and sorts out the past through the future. Therefore, the conversation between two smart people may feel like chatting with others. But only two people knew what the subtext of what they were saying was. In the car. Nick, there is no need for fearless temptation, although he has always claimed that he is an ordinary person and does not want to be a superhero. But from my contact with him in the afternoon and from the analysis of language personality, he is more like a tiger who has been lazy and has no enemies. He is more willing to comb the hair and stretch his waist in front of the sun, seemingly harmless. But once an enemy invades his territory, then I am afraid he will explode a great threat. Even if he still claims that he is just an ordinary person. While driving the car, the widow's sister said to Nick Fury on the other side of the phone, "So, I suggest not to force him into Avengers for the time being. Or send someone to watch. Once the world is really dangerous. Then believe my judgment, he will take the initiative." Over the phone. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then nodded, "I believe your judgment, rest assured, even if I know his identity now, I will not send anyone to monitor or contact him." Speaking of this, Nick Fury laughed at himself. After all, who knows if the person I sent out is from Hydra? Oh, S.H.I.E.L.D. is for my sake, so there is no one. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the Supreme Magician Ancient One has said that he will be superhero sooner or later. Our main goal now is to. One is this very mysterious answering chat room that is like a gift from heaven. One is the trickiest right now, Hydra. Until now, I don't know how many Hydra people are hiding in SHIELD. Damn it. Drive back to the apartment. Sitting on the sofa, Suching poured himself a glass of water. Although I don't know how Natasha Romanoff will report to Nick Fury, Suching has already expressed his attitude to them. At present, the most important thing is the question that appears again in the answering chat room. Attention, all members of the answering chat room, the answering questions below will start soon. No matter what the members of the answering chat room are doing at the moment, the thick mechanical sound of the system comes out. Everyone put down all the work in their hands for the first time, and quietly waited for the answering system to start playing future clips. Now, with the broadcast of the two answers about the future, everyone is looking forward to what their future will look like. As the voice of the answering system fell, the next moment, a fragment appeared in front of everyone. In the picture, the first is Tony Stark wearing nano armor, against Ebony Maw. After a series of battles, he took Doctor Strange and Little Spider-Man Peter Parker to Titan. Then, in the picture, it became Captain America with a beard, and a group of superhero fighting alien races commanded by Wakanda and Thanos. In the picture, each superhero was defeated after the final battle against Thanos, and then Thor descended from the sky with the storm axe. An axe struck Thanos' shoulder. The screen ends, and the next clip opens again. On Titan, except Iron Man, the remaining superhero drove the spacecraft to Titan. After finding Thanos, one person pressed his arm and the other controlled his body. Thor directly took the storm axe and chopped off Thanos' head. After Thanos was headed by the owl, the picture ended. Seeing this scene, Suching, who was originally a little serious, almost spit out. Nima, the chat room system for answering questions is nothing more than playing future clips, and it actually played seamless editing. Actually edited Avengers Alliance 3 and Avengers Alliance 4 directly together. This properly malicious clip. Looking at these few clips alone, it is obvious that Thanos invaded the Earth and was obstructed by the superhero. After being chopped with an axe, he ran back to Titan, and then was chased by Avengers and chopped off his head with an axe. Well. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect that you are actually such an answering system. I know I didn't write well, so I try to make up for it with updates. Yesterday's uncomfortable 3 shifts. It's over if I see that I'm not 10 or 10. In addition, after watching the first episode released by Loki, there are both funny and teary, especially it was the scene where Loki knew that after he had killed his mother, he watched Frigga fall to the ground alone, and when Odin said that my children, Loki cried, alas. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Thor, Naive. I always think you are scolding me secretly. With the system screen finished playing. The strong mechanical style sound once again sounded in the answering chat room. Excuse me, in this battle in the future, will the superhero win? The members have 30 minutes to think about it. Those who answer the correct questions will get body regeneration. If the question is mistyped, the deduction will include but not limited to lifespan, skills, wealth, life, etc. If no one answers, then after the time is up, the system will randomly designate a person to answer. Note, sometimes, what you see with your eyes may not be true. Victory depends on the overall measurement. Option 1, for Avengers, they won. Option 2, for the creatures on Earth, this battle is unbeaten, and it's a tie. Option 3, for Avengers, it failed. This is something they cannot accept. With the sound of the answering system falling, the answering chat room, which originally played the screen but was muted, became lively again. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, haha, I knew that the final victory must be my dominance. Didn't I see that the big man came back to the Earth with an axe? And even if he escaped to his planet, he was chopped off by me. Wait. Axe? What's the situation? Where is my Mjolnir? Also, why is my hair shorter? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At Thor, your focus is very strange, don't you think your focus is wrong? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. At Natasha Romanoff, you are an earthling, naturally you don't know the rules of our gods, and that Mjolnir is a symbol of my status. My father used Mjolnir once. So the hammer is extremely important to me. Also, why is my hair shorter? Barton, I can win the battle. At Natasha Romanoff, forget it, don't pay attention to this silly, don't you think there are few people missing in the future battles? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, I just counted it carefully. Although I don't know how many superhero there are on the specific Earth, but in the 3 sets of pictures, there is no Supreme Magician Ancient One, no Wanda's brother Pietro, and there is no Barton. There is no Sue either. Battle of Wakanda, Barton wears an alarm device on his feet, and teaches his daughter how to use bows and arrows at home. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Not only that, during that battle, there were many more people in our answering chat room. I don't know if you paid attention to it. In the first picture, there is a 15 or 6-year-old child besides Ed who went to outer space with Tony. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Yes, but more importantly, if Tony and Strange went to the big man's home in outer space, then why did Steve go to aliens later? In his hometown, an axe chopped off that guy's head, but there are no Tony and Strange in the video. Thor, the sad fat man who lost his hammer at Barton, at Natasha Romanoff. What do you mean by Han Han? Did you just say I'm a silly? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Barton, I can win the battle. At Thor, praise you for being cute. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Barton, I have vision, but the next time I praise people, I should pay attention to the words. How can I use the word cute? It is better to be brave, capable of fighting, and strong. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Han Han. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Forget it, don't pay attention to this silly. Let's continue to analyze. Have you noticed the last question? Victory depends on the overall measurement. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Steve is right, and carefully look at the three options, except for the first and third, for Avengers, only the second is for the creatures on Earth in terms of. I always feel that these three options are very deep. Since the system has started to edit maliciously, then I will slowly clear the muddy water. Only in this way is it beneficial to oneself. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Barton. Judging from their tone, it seems that Han Han is not complimenting me. I always feel that something is wrong. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Han Han, you think too much, we are just complimenting you. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. You didn't find out, has Tony Stark been silent now? This is not in line with Tony Stark's character. At Tony, what are you thinking about? Second more, asterisk. Chapter 37 Tony, is it a battle armor made by nanotechnology? Tony Stark Seaview Villa. What happened? Don't you want to show Stark Industries' new weapons in advance? Why did you come back overnight? After receiving the news that Tony Stark had returned from the Ahan Desert. Even though it was evening at this moment, Pivo rushed over. She should have a good rest today, after all, tomorrow is her birthday. But after receiving a call from Tony Stark to herself, she drove over in the car. Something happened, so I came back early. Looking at Pipo in front of him, Tony Stark showed a reluctant smile on his face. By the way, don't go back tonight, just live here. What do you mean? Hearing Tony Stark's words, Pipo gave him a misunderstanding. You should know that I am not that kind of person. If you have. Don't get me wrong, this is for your safety. Listening to Pipo, who had obviously misunderstood what he meant, Tony Stark sat on the sofa and said with a smile, I remember, when you came here for the first time, it was introduced by Obadi Stein. Yes, he was in charge of the recruitment of your personal assistant at the time. No. The danger you just said was related to this matter. As the person who knows Tony best, Pivo immediately noticed that Tony Stark's tone was wrong. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Looking at Pipo, Tony Stark smiled. It's already evening, go back and rest. After tomorrow, everything will be resolved. Patting Pipo on the shoulder, Tony Stark whispered. For Pipo, Tony Stark is very trusted, even if Obadi Stein has a problem. But Tony didn't doubt Pipo either. even if Pipo was responsible for recruiting himself by Obadi Stein in the first place. Well, pay attention to rest yourself. Looking at Tony with a smile on his face, but never said anything about what happened. Pipo was silent for a while, then nodded, "It just so happens that I haven't rested here for a long time. I'm going to sleep first." After speaking, Pipo left the living room directly. Seeing Pipo being so obedient today, Tony Stark was relieved. He is very worried that this matter will affect Pipo. Once a person goes mad, then he might do terrible things. Because of this, he will let Pipo stay. After Pipo entered the guest room and went to rest alone, Tony Stark then regained his gaze and placed it in the answering chat room. Looking at the answering chat room, Nick Fury eyed himself. Tony Stark responded directly. "Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times." At Nick Fury, "I have something on my side, which I just dealt with. By the way, have your people been photographed yet?" Nick Fury, "I really want to go to the moon for vacation." At Tony Stark, "Don't worry, my people will take action, Obadi Stein can't escape. Let my people catch Obadi, Tony, this is a very wise choice." Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times. That's good, that's right." At Suching, "Su, can you please use the administrator's authority to show me the scene of me fighting the guy who turned into a human in the first clip? I believe you should take a screenshot." Suching, "The man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem." At Tony Stark. Having said that, Suching sent the screenshot in the answering chat room. Looking at the screenshot above, I was wearing a gold red armor, palm energy cannons attacked Ebony Maw, and behind him I used nanotechnology to develop very advanced weapons. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark thought about it. Warframe. Looking at the golden red armor, Tony Stark liked it the more he looked at it. If you have this armor, then you don't need to ask people to solve the weapons that Stark Industry has circulated privately over the years. Thinking of the coordinates and directions given to him by the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, Tony Stark's brows frowned. Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times." At Suching, "Thank you buddy, I think I have a new idea, maybe I should start developing this armor." "Okay, but the nanotechnology armor in the picture seems a bit difficult. So let's start with the simplest one." "Strange, I'm here to negotiate." At Tony Stark, "Nanotechnology is really not mature enough now, but I know someone. You should know Dr. Helen Zhao, she has always wanted to use nanotechnology, recently create something called the Cradle of Regeneration. If necessary, I can help you contact her." Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times." At, "Thank you buddy, but I know Dr. Helen Zhao, but it will take at least 3 or 4 years for her Cradle of Regeneration to be thoroughly studied." "That's fine. Okay, let's talk about this answer first. Third more. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Wrong answer, deduct the life value. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Still discussing? Obviously I have already won. I took the shot myself. How could I lose? At Tony Stark, yes. At Barton, I think I should give the suffix after your name. Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Thor, don't be arrogant. Suching, "The man who the goddess of death is destined not to get." At Thor, "Silly, don't make trouble, the suffix cannot be given to each other, this is the answer system tailored for everyone." Barton, "I can win the battle if I have it." At Thor, Han, "The suffix after your name is pretty good, you should keep it for yourself." Thor, "The sad fat man who lost the hammer. I think you guys on Earth are squeezing out my god, but then again, how did my hammer turn into an axe?" Suching, "The man who the goddess of death is destined not to get." I don't know, but it's silly, that axe is so domineering, it seems better than your hammer. Natasha Romanoff, "Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff." At Thor, Han, "I think Sue is right, This axe is indeed more domineering than a hammer, and the title cannot be changed randomly. Look at my suffix, what did I say? I jumped off the cliff. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Suching, Su, this is not a matter of domineering or not, nor is it not a powerful thing. To me, this is more like a symbol of identity and inheritance, the most important. Yes, the hammer can. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Thor. Han, don't talk about the hammer for now, maybe when you answer the question later, the future clip will tell you the answer. Let's look at this question first. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, still need to look at it? Tan Xiao proudly, I must have won. I didn't see me with the hammer. The axe cut the purple-skinned guy, and then chased him, cutting off his head. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. So, I replied, option 1, we won. Respondent Thor, are you sure of your answer? Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Wait a minute at Thor, Han, don't answer the question first. Your answer is very likely to be wrong. You must know that the topic is very clear, and it is necessary to measure the overall victory, not a single individual victory. It's not that you win by cutting off the enemy's head. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. Han, don't worry about answering the questions, we are analyzing it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Han, are you people in God's domain so easily impulsive? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at, what are you worried about? Isn't the picture fragment already obvious? I definitely won. Besides, the enemy's heads are cut off, how could they lose, you people on Earth, just like tossing around? After speaking, Thor answered directly to the answering system, okay. Thor, the respondent, unfortunately, your answer is wrong, and the system will randomly choose a penalty. Respondent Thor, you have been deducted 200 years of life. The rest can choose whether to continue answering the question. God's domain, Asgard. Seeing that the answering system announced that he had answered incorrectly, Thor was taken aback, and even more angrily said it was impossible. But the next second, Thor staggered directly, and almost sat on the ground under his footsteps. Fortunately, Loki directly supported Thor by his side. What's wrong? Seeing my old brother's face suddenly turned pale, although he gradually recovered, his footsteps were a little vain. No, it's okay. Holding Loki's arm with one hand, he slowly sat on the steps. Just when his vitality was deprived, Thor could clearly feel it. Although people in the Asgard of the gods have a long lifespan, people with the godhead have a lifespan of about 5,000 years. But the moment when his vitality was deprived, the feeling of palpitation and weakness still made Thor a little flustered. You have become weird lately. Seeing Thor as roar gradually calmed down, Loki glanced at Thor with some confusion. What happened? After a long sigh of relief, when the state gradually recovered, Thor pretended that nothing happened, smiled at Loki and shook his head. Maybe it was just too hard when fighting the three warriors of Asgard in the martial arts arena. NS. Never mind. Questions in the chat room cannot be told to anyone other than when chatting. Thor knew this when he got the answer chat room. It's just that I didn't care about it originally. Now think about it, fortunately, because I was stunned by a group of Earthlings before, for the sake of face, I was so embarrassed to tell Loki. Otherwise, Thor couldn't be sure what would happen if he really told the matter. When I thought of the damn mechanical sound announcement, my answer was wrong, and the vertigo caused by the apparently rapid passing of vitality. Thor felt scared for a while. However, how could I make a mistake? Obviously, the enemy's head has been chopped off. This is so unscientific. Well, even if they are from the Asgard of gods, Thor feels that they should believe in science. After all, Asgard's technology is relatively advanced. I am not qualified to reply in the book review area, so I will reply here. I will not add comics or mutant plots for the time being. At least 500,000 words will not be considered before, mainly the movie universe. As for the fixed update time, I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm working hard, and I have to see if there are any extra things, hee. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Loki, my brother's brain is broken, right? Ding. Hint, the answering chat room member Thor deducts 200 years of life and will automatically be added to the host. Seeing the system suddenly prompted, Thor's deducted lifespan was added to himself. Suching nodded in satisfaction. Although Suching prefers these people to answer the questions correctly, after all, only in this way can he obtain the perfect version of the strengthening skills. But, this is also a surprise. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Thor, Han, are you okay? 200 years of lifespan deducted? My God, how long is your lifespan for God's domain people? Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday at Thor, how are you feeling now? Well, if it is said that in this answering chat room, who cares about the members the most? I'm afraid there is only Nick Fury. After all, these people in the group are all their hopes for Avengers in the future. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at everyone, don't worry, I am definitely okay, isn't it just a deduction of 200 years of lifespan? What a big deal. After all, in Asgard, people with godheads like me generally have a lifespan of 5,000 years, and people with longer lifespans, so the lifespan of 200 years is nothing to us. No matter what you think in your heart, you can't admit it, can you? Anyway, I am also a god. As a god, face is very important. Seeing Thor's face-saving speech, everyone in the group was slightly relieved. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff is the lifespan of 5,000 years? Envy, but thank you Han, who ruled out a wrong answer for us. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times Godhead. What it is? It sounds expensive, but having a Godhead can have an extremely long lifespan? Oh my God. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. Tony, are you trying to say that this is unscientific? Then I am as curious as I am, want to study? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times That's strange, we are different. I am curious and want to study, but man, the research direction of the two of us is absolutely different. Barton, I can win the battle at Strange, Doctor, please put down your eager scalpel, thank you. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get so, is this Han already targeted by Strange? Alas, poor naive. Strange, I'm here to negotiate him. How can medical matters be described as pitiful? You are slander. I never said, I want to dissect Thor. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Strange. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get everyone. Well, let's take a look at this question first. Now Han has helped us rule out a wrong answer, so there will be peace and failure. Han is actually right. After cutting off the enemy's head, he has already won, but you look at the remaining two options. For the creatures of the earth, it is unbeatable and unbeaten, and for the Avengers, it is defeated and unacceptable. What do you guys think? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her as far as the battle is concerned, if there is no victory, then it is a failure. There has never been a tie. Even if the two sides are evenly matched, there are always many sacrifices. Wars are always accompanied by sacrifices. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. I agree with Steve. According to my personal experience, when I was hunted down in those years, either I was in danger and cost a great price. Just escaped. Or, the group of people in the Red House were killed and tied by me, which is impossible. Every battle must be at the cost of blood and life. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, this is the truth, but I am thinking, what does this sentence mean for the creatures on Earth? Could it be that the purple sweet potato essence has threatened the life on Earth? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Suching, no matter what this sentence means to the creatures of the Earth, but from my experience of fighting for more than 1,500 years, it is very possible. In the picture we lost. Since I made the wrong choice just now, then it proves that we lost very thoroughly, even if the enemy's head was chopped off. But the price paid may be extremely expensive. So expensive that Avengers is unwilling to accept the price of this so-called victory. If you don't win, you lose. So, I answer the question again, choose the third item, and we lose. Having said all this, Asgard, Thor's expression was solemn at this moment. So that it made Loki next to him even more confused. No, my own old man is crazy, why didn't he say anything, and looked at him for a while? What about acting? Especially with this expression now, it seems that Asgard was invaded by the ice giant and was defeated. In other words, this reckless, arrogant and belligerent brother, wouldn't his brain be burned out? Forget it, I'd better tease him less in the future. The fifth one is delivered. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Fragments of Future Failure and Death Silence Everyone. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Thor, Han, you started again. Barton, I can win the battle Han, even if you have a lifespan of 5,000 years, you can't be so wasted, and you answer the wrong questions, and the deductions include but are not limited to lifespan. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Thor, Han, don't be impulsive. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, I feel that this time, the silly words are right. Either victory or defeat. As for a tie, perhaps the creatures on the earth will gradually accept it, but Avengers has paid a very expensive price and should not accept it. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Suching, I agree with Sue's words, victory, but what's the price? If the price is extremely expensive, then maybe we can't accept it? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, haha, I knew someone would agree with me, at Steve Rogers, it seems that the three of us are in the same group. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, only the wrong name, no wrong nickname, naive. Thor, the questioner, are you sure about your choice? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, okay. Congratulations to Thor, who answered the question correctly, he will be rewarded for this answer, and the ability to regenerate his limbs. Asgard. Marvelous. Listening to the announcement of the answering system, I answered correctly. Thor suddenly jumped from the ground, waving his fists with excitement on his face, as if he was excited after winning the battle for Asgard. Loki? No, Thor is crazy, right? Just now he was still weak, a look of Asgard being invaded by the ice giant, the solemn expression of defeat and loss. But within a few seconds, he was excited like a 200-gin child who had eaten candy. I subconsciously moved my body to keep myself away from Thor. I don't know what the hell is going on with my old brother today. Answer the questions in the chat room. After the system announced that Thor had answered correctly, the next moment, everyone muttered again, and the clip continued to play. The picture played this time did not go through the malicious editing of the system, but from a different perspective, the scene began to play. First of all, on a huge amount of battleship, Thor was tied with chains controlled by Ebony Maw, while Loki was directly chopped off his neck by Thanos. Seeing this scene, Asgard, Thor, who was still excited, was instantly sluggish at the moment. Then, in the picture, Thanos descended on the earth, and the superhero of Avengers began to resist. In the picture, Thanos snapped his fingers directly after Thor struck his shoulder with an axe. With Thor roaring in disbelief, Thanos then used the space gem to directly teleport himself away. Seeing the storm axe fall to the ground, Thor looked extremely unwilling. Soon, countless people on the ground began to turn into ashes, and many superheroes looked at the disappeared people with complicated faces. As soon as the screen turned, Thor and others, under the leadership of Captain Marvel, went directly to Titan and chopped off Thanos' head. Especially Thor said with a desperate expression, crying and trembling, this time he ran his head. The picture turns, inside the Avengers base. The widow's sister put her legs on the table, eating a sandwich, and told Captain America, if you want to persuade me to give up, I will throw the sandwich in your face. While talking, tears were kept. The camera turns. Tony Stark gently bent up his sleeves and wiped the remaining ice cream on the corner of her mouth for the cute little girl lying on the bed. Listening to the girl saying sweetly, "Loving you 3,000 times, Tony Stark said with a gratified expression, "Wow, so much." Then he returned to the living room, and said to Kobo as if to show off that his daughter said that I love her 3,000 times. It is estimated that you only have about 800 times. Like a okay person, but when washing the dishes with a water jet, water accidentally splashed on the photo of myself and Peter Parker. Tony Stark's eyes still flashed with guilt, unwilling. The picture turns around. Rainy night, on the street. After beheading some gangsters with a long sword, Barton shed tears, looked at Natasha Romanoff holding an umbrella imploringly, and said in a choked voice, "Don't give yourself hope." Then, Dr. Banner, who had become one with Hulk, sat quietly by the lake, not knowing what he was thinking. As these clips played one by one, all the superheroes who were in the mute were all silent at this moment. This sudden large number of playback clips made everyone a little heart palpitating. It's as if the processor can't receive too much information for a while, and then it crashes. Suddenly, as the answering chat room fragment was played, all members resumed chatting. At this moment, there is silence in the answering chat room. The sixth shift is delivered, and the fourth shift is in the evening. Xiaobie has to rest for a while. After sitting for a long time, his waist hurts a bit. In addition, I ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Loki, forget it, help him carry the scapegoat once. God's domain, Asgard. On the steps of the martial arts field. At this moment, Asgard's three publics, Loki, is carefully looking at his old man in front of him. With the tip of his left foot on the ground, it seems that whenever there is any wind and grass, Loki will jump out at any time. Something is wrong. Today my brother Thor is very wrong. First, he sat weakly on the steps, with a serious face as if his father had died. I frowned when I saw it. Although I didn't know what happened, I just wanted to comfort him. But in the next second, he suddenly jumped up again, clenching his fists, looking very excited. This sudden change made Loki straight up, thinking that his reckless and violent old brother had learned cleverness and wanted to tease himself. But in the end, Thor was excited for a few minutes, but the whole person sat on the ground again in despair. Seeing this scene, Loki's mouth just turned up, trying to tell Thor that he saw through his trick. But gradually, Loki realized something was wrong. No, my brother, although he is usually reckless, belligerent, impulsive, and arrogant, but for the martial artist Asgard, this is a proper fighter. Except as a child. For more than 1,500 years, I have never seen him cry. Even when he was 8 years old, he turned into a snake to scare him, and then stabbed him, he did not shed a tear. Why now, his eye circles are actually red. Even the tears fell? Seeing this scene, Loki, who is known as the god of trickery, suddenly realized that he was a little bit awkward. Don't think he likes to tease Thor or even enjoy it? But after he really saw Thor crying, the guy standing upright in his heart, for a moment, Loki didn't know what to do. Loki. With red eyes, Thor looked at Loki and couldn't help but hug him. Loki, who was taken aback by Thor's sudden movements, suddenly looked stunned, letting him put his arms around him. "That, are you? Thor?" Seeing Thor's abnormal behavior today, Loki asked subconsciously. But as soon as the voice was spoken, Loki knew that he was asking nonsense. Who else can pretend to be Thor in front of him? "My brother, Loki." Raising his head, he put Loki's head around and put it on his forehead. Can you tell me what happened?" Some are not used to Thor being so close to himself. Loki can't help but want to break free of Thor's devil's claws. "I assure you, Loki." With red eyes, Thor looked at Loki with a serious expression on his face and said, "I will never let that happen, my brother, I assure you in the name of Asgard Thor. I will never let anyone hurt you." "Okay, I get it." Although he didn't understand what Thor was talking about at the moment, he looked at Thor's red eyes and serious expression. Loki nodded subconsciously. "Roar." With a long sigh of relief, Thor raised his hand and wiped away the tears on his face. Coincidentally, at this time, the three warriors Sif and Asgard came over. Seeing Thor, who raised his hand and tried to wipe the tears on his face, Sif frowned and asked, "Thor, what happened?" After that, Sif looked at Loki subconsciously. "Did you tease Thor again? Did you tease him and cry water?" Listening to Sif's subconscious questioning, Loki suddenly looked confused. "As soon as I wanted to say something, I heard Thor pretending to be okay, laughing from the side. Haha, Sif, you are still smart. Just now Loki actually got the chilly water in my eyes. This BD, it's uncomfortable not to tease me for a day." Rubbing his eyes awkwardly, Thor said to the three warriors Sif and Asgard, "I know, Loki, don't always bully Thor, he is a fighter, but not as careful as you." Looking at Thor's red eyes, Sif said reproachfully. After being scolded by Sif for unknown reasons, Loki's expression became even more dazed at the moment. Tan Shang just wanted to say something. But looking at Thor's red eyes, and recalling just now, Thor said with tears that he would never let anyone hurt him. Subconsciously, Loki shrugged his shoulders. That's too stupid for him. It's 1,500 years old, and he will still use such a simple trick. Just after speaking, Loki felt something was wrong. Why would I pour this pot of dirty water on my body? Obviously, this matter is also a bit embarrassing. It was Thor who cried and laughed like a lunatic. What does it have to do with me, the god of tricks? But looking at Thor's eyes, inexplicably, Loki's heart seemed to be touched by something. After that, he pretended that nothing happened. "Forget it, I've teased him countless times, just treat him as a scapegoat." After all, Thor of Asgard, crying like a child, what is this? The seventh is delivered. Thank you M741 for the 100 VIP reward, thank you for the monthly pass of the 104 boss. Ask for a monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 42. If it is doomed to fail, then I must turn the tide. SHIELD. In my mind, the fragment of just a pair echoed. Nick Fury was sitting on the chair, and there was a daze flashing in the only remaining eye. Are we losing? The thought of that purple guy snapped his fingers, and half of the people on the battlefield turned to ashes. When thinking of the question just now, Suching emphasized more than once, as far as the Earth creatures are concerned. Could it be that with that snapping finger disappearing, is there still half of the Earth's life? Trying to recall the clip just played, the look of Thor holding the axe in despair. Thinking back to Natasha Romanoff, who was in tears while eating a sandwich, and Hawkeye Barton, who he always thought was as strong as a mountain, but was crying on the street begging him not to give him any hope. In an instant, all kinds of speculations kept flashing in Nick Fury's mind. I subconsciously picked up the phone and wanted to call Alexander Pears, my former best friend. but before pressing the button, Nick Fury stopped. Yes, he is no longer his old friend, his current identity is hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D, the leader of Hydra. Is the enemy he will face? Raised his hand and rubbed his cheek vigorously. Nick Fury forced himself to calm down. In my mind, I constantly analyze any details of the clips I see, and don't want to miss the slightest. The more I think about it, the more bored I feel. That answer proved that Avengers had lost. What if he chopped off the head of that damn purple sweet potato essence? After all, the Earth still lost. Even half of the creatures on the Earth are turned into ashes. Get started first. An idea suddenly appeared in Nick Fury's hands, and the extreme depression in his heart forced him to take out the ancient roar machine. But reason tells him that he can't do this. At least for now, I can't call that woman back. Otherwise, who knows what more terrifying things will happen. The Earth hasn't really prepared yet, and superhero hasn't really appeared yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Nick Fury missed his divorced wife very much. In the past, whenever I encountered this or that kind of trouble, I could at least have a drink with her. Nick Fury is married, has a wife, from Falcon about Winter Soldier. But now, thinking of this, Nick Fury picked up the glass and poured himself a glass of red wine. If the ending is doomed to fail, then is there any point in all your efforts? After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury picked up the glass and drank the red wine. Whether it makes sense, you will only know if you really work hard. At least, even if the future is doomed to fail, there is still another half of the people alive on Earth, isn't it? Even if this is the worst result. Thinking of this, Nick Fury solemnly put down the wine glass in his hand. Pace to the window, follow the tall French window to watch the night scene outside. Yes, if you know the result, but don't resist, this is the behavior of a real coward. I never believed in what was destined to happen. Even if everything is doomed, then I will definitely restart the damn turntable of fate. Because of myself, it's Nick Fury. Gently help Wanda tuck the quilt. Natasha Romanoff quietly turned off the light and exited the door. Fortunately, the two children are now asleep and don't know what happened in the answering chat room. However, I thought of the picture of myself eating a sandwich with tears. Natasha Romanoff's brows frowned. Inexplicably, in his mind, there was a picture of Barton choked up and begged himself not to give him hope. Could it be that Laura and her children also had an accident? Otherwise, it is difficult for Natasha Romanoff to imagine the desperate scene that can make Barton cry. The same problem is also bothering Clint Barton. Looking at his wife who has fallen asleep, and the eldest daughter who has just turned 4 years old. At this moment, there was a tremor in Barton's heart. What does it mean to eat melon and eat it on your own body? That's it? If possible, Barton would rather give up his life than let his wife and children suffer a little bit of harm. This is the responsibility of a man as a husband and as a father. As a husband and father, Barton absolutely does not allow anyone to harm his wife and children. Not even the so-called gods. Gently rubbed the eldest daughter's head. Barton frowned gradually. Isn't the title in the answering chat room displayed according to the characteristics of each person? So what will happen if the future battle is lost? Didn't you participate? Otherwise, how could you lose? It must be like this. Thinking of this, Barton looked at the bow and arrow aside. No matter what, even if it was for my wife and children, that damn battle, I must take part in it. I hope I can win the battle. This title is right? At this moment, in the answering chat room, everyone's heart is very low. Except Tony Stark. The 8th update is delivered, thanks to the 175XXX brothers for 588 VIP rewards, thanks to the Kiaoki brothers for their monthly tickets. Zyoba has a rest for a while, and there are 2 more. After talking about the 10 changes, you must have 10 changes, one less not even more. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Tony Stark, my daughter? Tony, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching, Su, can you please send me the screenshot? That's the picture of the little girl. At this moment, despite seeing a scene of failure, Tony Stark's heart is extremely complicated. But looking at that little girl, listening to her in a ñaño tone, saying that she loves herself 3,000 times. Inexplicably, Tony Stark seemed to feel that the softest part of his heart was touched. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem, buddy. Looking at the answering chat room, Tony Stark's request, Suching directly sent the screenshots in the previous clip to the answering chat room. Inside the villa, holding his shoulders, Tony Stark stood there, looking at the picture of his future daughter in the answering chat room. At this moment, my heart is full of excitement. Is this her future daughter? Really beautiful. It's like a little puppet doll. Exquisite and beautiful, so people can't help but want to be loved. Looking at it, unconsciously, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. I never thought that one day I will get married and have such a lovely daughter. Once upon a time, no matter what the reason, I was full of fear of marriage. Especially after experiencing so many women, Tony Stark feels that there is no need to get married in his life. However, when I think of my daughter's sweetness, saying I love you 3,000 times, a feeling called happiness gradually spread in the bottom of my heart. How many years have you remembered? It seems that I have never really had happiness before. Even if you know it, this is an image from the future. Ken. Tony just wanted to reach out his hand and hug this lovely daughter in his future. I stretched my hand in the air, but it froze again. Picture after picture appeared in my mind, those people who had been displaced because of the weapons they made, and their families were destroyed. Recalling the words of the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group after he gave his coordinates. Is the current self worthy of this daughter like angel? Taking a deep breath, Tony Stark hugged his arm lightly, but his eyes were always reluctant, and he moved away from the photo for even half a second. Until Peepo, who came out with a glass of milk, came to him. What are you thinking about? Passing the milk in his hand to Tony, Peepo smiled and said, although I don't know what happened, Tony, you should rest early now. No matter what, the body is the most important thing. Listening to Peepo's gentle and caring words, Tony Stark froze, as if thinking of something. He couldn't help but smiled and asked, Peepo, what's the better name for our future daughter? What? Listening to Tony Stark's words, Peepo was taken aback for a moment, and then he took a half step back, and reached out his hand to put his hand on Tony Stark's forehead. I'm not talking nonsense, I just had a dream. I dreamed that we were together, then we got married, and finally had a daughter like Angel. Avoiding Peepo's hand, Tony Stark said with a smile while holding milk. Then your dream must be particularly absurd. Hearing Tony's words, Peepo couldn't help but shook his head. Tony, I'm just your personal assistant. It's not your girlfriend, and it's even more unlikely that we will get married in the future. If you want to date other girls, then I'll do it now. You can leave, I don't want others to say that I am your identity. Don't talk about this yet. Interrupted Peepo. Tony Stark sat on the sofa and patted his side at the same time, motioning Peepo to sit down. Seeing Tony behaving somewhat abnormally, Peepo hesitation, and still sits beside him. Peepo, do you think I am a good person? Looked at Peepo, who was a little wary and a little unsure. Tony Stark drank the milk, then put the quilt on the coffee table, and asked Peepo with a smile. This is the future mother of my daughter. Although I didn't expect it, the result seems to be pretty good. Hear Tony Stark's inquiry. Peepo thought for a while, then nodded slightly. Want to hear what the outside world says about you? I can say a lot. No, What matters is your evaluation. From an objective standpoint. Looking at Pepo very seriously, Tony Stark said softly, "After all, in this world, you know me best." Some hesitation glances. Pepo always thinks Tony is very abnormal today. Arrogant, BD who can't listen to other people's persuasion, a playboy who does his own way. But you are a genius. A genius with a heart full of warmth and kindness, maybe because of the past family experience, or perhaps because of your genius-like wisdom, so although you are always like a quill, you disguise yourself with the kind of disgusting methods of others. But in fact, your heart is very soft, and sometimes, innocent is like a child. Looking at Tony Stark, whose expression was full of seriousness, Pepo replied very seriously. Ninth update, there is one more update, it can be over today. Asterisk. Chapter 44. She said she loves me 3,000 times. Wow. Listen to Pepo's evaluation of himself. Tony Stark smiled lightly. Among the smiles, there was a rare hint of tenderness. Don't look at me with that look, Tony. Looking at Tony Stark, who is looking at him with some warmth. Inexplicably, Pepo felt a little confused in his heart. Seriously, is Tony Stark attractive? Definitely, there is no doubt about that. For women, Tony Stark is definitely a very charming one. Billionaires, cross-age geniuses, great inventors, any title will attract many girls. Not to mention that he is very good at pleasing girls and looks very handsome. These alone are sufficient. Besides, as the person who knows Tony best, Pepo naturally knows him better. The more people who understand how warm his heart is, the easier it is to like him. But Pepo never dared to think so much. After all, he is one of his personal assistants. Moreover, I don't want others to say that I am with him because of his money and status. Tony Stark suddenly laughed at Pepo, whose eyes were a little avoiding him. Slowly leaned on the sofa. The eyes seemed to be looking at the ceiling, but in fact they are looking at their future, the picture of Angel's daughter. While looking at the picture of his daughter, Tony Stark smiled and said, "Pepo, listening to you, I don't seem to be ABD, am I? Although I have all kinds of problems, since you think of me that way, then it's enough. I am going to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries. It seems like a decision has been made." The picture of the tragic, slaughtered village that he had imagined echoed in his mind. Stark staring at the photo of his future daughter. Tony Stark's tone is very light, but it seems to be beyond doubt. No matter what the outside world says, I don't care at all. However, you can't let your well-behaved and beloved daughter suffer the same criticism as yourself. After all, the sentence "I love you 3,000 times" is like the warm sun in the cold winter, refreshing. Hearing Tony Stark's words, there was originally some Pepo who was thinking about it because of his affectionate eyes, and his eyes widened at this moment. Sitting up straight and looking at Tony next to him, Pepo frowned and asked, "What else are you talking about? Are you crazy? Do you know how much impact the closure of the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries will have?" And I know. Listening to Pepo's words, Tony nodded softly. "I can't let my future daughter." "This is not a reason, Tony. Everyone knows that you are a person who is afraid of marriage. Don't use a dream to fool me. And no one will agree with your nonsense for this reason." Looking at Tony Stark, Pepo's expression is extremely serious at this moment. Yes, once Tony Stark really announced the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department, then Pepo could see how much the outside world would abuse Tony. She didn't want to see all this. "Well, I can't lie to you, in fact, it's because of Obadi Stein." Turning his head, he looked at Pepo, who was staring at him seriously. Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders, and then decided to be attacked. The host behind the scenes was Obadi Stein. "I told Pepo. It's another sad day. On the sofa. Stretching a big lazy waist, Suching leaned back on the sofa lazily. Obviously, today's answer to the question in the chat room, as well as the video of Avengers Alliance 3 and Avengers Alliance 4. I am afraid that everyone in the answering chat room will feel sad. But these will happen sooner or later. However, the footage played in the answering chat room, whether it is Avengers Alliance 3 or Avengers Alliance 4, does not appear to be an illusion. There is not even a fragment of Wanda. Could it be that the fantasy world will not appear in the future? If this is the case, then who will Wanda's Zijingjin play with? Thinking of this, Suching shook his head. Forget it, why do you think so much? After all, Tony and Stark are not Iron Man yet, and Captain America is still in the ice. Who knows the future? Let's live up to your own business first. However, as the future superhero scenes will be played out one after another, perhaps the future will really change drastically. So, should we also let the answering system blur a piece of the future for ourselves? Just like what you saw for the Supreme Magician Ancient One? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too abrupt in this answering chat room? Now the Avengers Alliance superhero has not thought so much. After all, they only played Captain America, Tony, and Thor, the future clips of the Avengers Alliance 3 giants. Sooner or later, one day, the answering chat room will involve all superhero future clips to ask questions. So, if you don't have yourself, this matter is not easy to handle. Thinking of this, Suching immediately looked at the answering chat room. The 10th is delivered. Finally you can ask for Sunflower's monthly evaluation tickets. Hey, right, brothers and sisters. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Tony, Sue, are we friends? I can't call the shots in this matter. After all, Stark Industries is yours. Inside the restaurant, Suching looked at Tony Stark while cutting the steak and smiled, but I'm curious. Why did you suddenly want to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department? Isn't that the most profitable place for your Stark industry? In the morning, Tony Stark sent someone to pick him up. It also famously said that he wants to invite himself to dinner, saying that he helped him more than once in the answering chat room. In fact, this product just made up its mind last night to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. But I woke up the next morning, perhaps because Peebo's statement let him know what kind of turbulence would be caused to Stark Industry by directly announcing the closure of this weapon manufacturing department. Not to mention the rapid decline in stocks, he will be ridiculed and abused by the outside world. So, I want to go to myself to find some support, psychological comfort. Actually, I didn't have this idea at the beginning. After all, I am going to follow my father's pace, right? Hearing Suching's question, Tony Stark picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass of red wine for Suching. For a long time, I didn't think there were too many problems. Until the answering chat room appeared, I was caught by Wanda and Pietro. Defined as a murderer. After spreading his hands, Tony Stark looked at Suching and said seriously, "Man, I was ridiculed by people outside that I was a dude, or whatever. After all, this was brought about by my own behavior. But the crime of murder is too heavy, I can't afford it." Later, I went to the Ahan Desert to display weapons in name. In fact, I used myself as a bait to investigate a single aspect of the weapons circulated privately by Stark Industries. Then listened to the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, talking about what he said he saw over the years, and the bald head who wanted to attack me and came out for interrogation. Until then, my original firm confidence was a little shaken. On the way back from the Ahan Desert, as soon as I close my eyes, I seem to be able to see villages and rivers of blood flowing in front of my eyes, and countless civilians have been killed by weapons with the word Stark Industry. It seems that everything is printed in my mind. I was tired at that time, but I didn't dare to sleep. Having said that, Tony Stark shook his head. He picked up the wine glass and touched Suching lightly. After taking a sip of wine, Tony Stark let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps these sins can be attributed to Obadiah Stine. After all, he sold the weapons through private channels. But, push it all to him. Am I not responsible at all? Not at all. Spreading his hands, Tony laughed. He was appointed by me and the person I trust the most. I gave him the management of Stark Industry, and the weapon was also developed by me. If I'm talking about this, I'll be right. Then last night, I saw the girl like Angel in the answering chat room. My heart was a little shaken, and it gradually became firm. Man, you should have heard that sentence in her sweet voice, saying that she loved me 3,000 times. Speaking of his future daughter, Tony Stark's eyes light up a little at this moment. Looking at Tony Stark like this, Suching nodded slightly. I am a fear of marriage, and I don't even think I can get married in my life. But there is a smile on his face. It seems that the picture of the future daughter is right in front of his eyes. That is my Tony Stark daughter. Looking at that little person, I feel like my heart is about to melt. God, this may be the best gift the world has given me, so I am willing to do anything for this little angel. Although, I still don't know much about the specific responsibilities of being a father, but I think, for my little angel, I can give up everything. I want to create a comfortable world full of laughter for her, instead of letting others say that her father is an indirect murderer. You know what I mean. What's more, even if the weapons manufacturing department is closed, what can I do? Who am I? I'm the magnificent Tony Stark, the greatest genius of the century. Some little tsundere looked at Suching, and Tony Stark's mouth smiled. Man, I need your support, but the members in the answering chat room heard this news from me, and many people expressed opposition. Even Nick Fury. But no matter what, I think we should be friends, Sue. After all, in the answering chat room, we had a good conversation, didn't we? His eyes were clear, and he looked at Suching firmly. Tony Stark said seriously. Thanks for the monthly ticket of the Finally Found the Answer boss. The first one is that the brothers and sisters are cute. Please ask for a flower evaluation vote. In addition, is there any good way to treat insomnia? I always can't fall asleep at night, it's too painful. Asterisk. Chapter 46 She, but the mother of 3,000 times. Tony Stark, inside the cliff villa by the sea. I definitely can't prepare nothing. The villa's underground studio. This is what I have been preparing for, inspired by the nano armor in our answering chat room group. Pointing to some intelligent robots that are helping themselves to assemble and build armor parts, Tony Stark looked at Suching and smiled. Although nanotechnology is not mature enough now, it is based on the threats the current world has to deal with. Come on little by little. I call this series the Mark series. The first one is temporarily made of aerospace materials. After I finish manufacturing the armor, it's time for me to hold a press conference. Speaking of this, as if offering treasures, Tony Stark pulled Suching and showed him the arc reactor he made. This is the best way to solve the battle armor's dynamics. You must know that the group of scientific researchers from Stark Industry has not developed this arc reactor after using it for many years. But I only spent 2 days. Looking at Suching proudly, Tony Stark said proudly. After the battle armor is made, apart from holding a press conference and announcing the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department, what are you going to do? Looking at the little tsundere on the face, the little proud Tony Stark, Suching asked with a smile. First of all, we must first destroy all the weapons that Stark Industries has circulated privately over the years. After pondering for a moment, Tony Stark looked at Suching and said seriously, originally, I wanted to catch Rhodes's forces, or Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D's forces to solve this matter. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. can be considered as my father's creation. Even if I can't inherit it, I can't use their power yet. But after thinking about it, let's forget it. It's better for me to do it myself. After all, I'm afraid that when I close my eyes, the miserable conditions of those villages will appear in front of me. I can't change what has happened in the past, but at least I can make up for some. Having said that, Tony Stark raised his hand and lightly hammered Suching's shoulder. By the way, the administrator, don't forget to give me a live broadcast in the answering chat room when the time comes. I want them to take a look. Tony Stark, who is serious, is not the BD in their impression. This can be regarded as a kind of testimony of my new metamorphosis, whether it is for myself or for my future daughter. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Suching shrugged and said, "Definitely, it's okay, I still have this permission." "I knew it." Blinking at Suching, Tony Stark pulled Suching, and wanted to tell Suching about the details of the Mark series armor he was making. It's like a child got a new toy and can't wait to share it with his friends. But just halfway through the explanation, Kobo walked in with 2 cups of coffee. "It's been almost 2 hours since I got into the laboratory, and I should take a good rest." "Pass the coffee to Suching and Tony," Kobo said with a smile. Taking the coffee, Tony Stark blinked his right eye quietly at Suching. Suching nodded in seconds, and then pretending to be puzzled, asked, 3,000 times. "Yes." I nodded proudly, meaning that my future daughter's mother, my vision is not bad. Tony Stark gave a thumbs up and said it looks really good. Immediately, Tony Stark laughed happily. What? What 3,000 times? What are you talking about?" Looking at Tony Stark, who is full of pride in his smile, and Suching, who is handsome next to him. It sounded like the two people were playing dumb riddles, speaking words they didn't understand. Kobo asked curiously, "Not freely?" "Nothing, just talk about some secrets." Taking a sip of coffee, Tony Stark smiled at Peepo, "You will know from now on. I think you will be very happy after you know it." "Cut, it's mysterious." Hearing Tony Stark's words, Peepo gave Tony an angry look. Turning his head to look at Suching, Kobo's smile regained his face. "Thank you for coming, Su." Tony has been a little dull during this period of time, as if there was a depression in his heart. I haven't seen Tony smile so happy for several days. I hope you can come often. Definitely, thanks for the invitation. Listening to Kobo's words, Suching replied politely. All right, we still have business affairs to discuss." Handing the coffee cup to Peepo, Tony Stark gently pushed Peepo's shoulders. While pushing her out of the laboratory, Tony Stark said, "We should leave this place like the laboratory to us stinky men. You are responsible for watching TV beautifully and eating fruits. Don't worry about us." After gently pushing Peepo out to the laboratory, Tony Stark quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look at Suching, Tony curled his lips and said, "Seriously, these days, sometimes I subconsciously treat her as the mother of my future daughter. I almost forgot, I haven't confessed to being together with her, haven't become boyfriend and girlfriend, let alone husband and wife. Hey, after all these things are over, I'll find a good time and make a good confession. I haven't noticed before, but when I think that if she is not with me, but with others, I feel stuck. You said, why didn't I think about this before? Otherwise, my little angel, it is estimated that he would already be called Dad. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Answer the question, about Suching's future clips. I was dragged by Tony Stark until the evening, where I had dinner. Suching drove the car back to his apartment. As soon as he got home, the system sound rang in Suching's ears. I glanced at the future segment of the system that the Supreme Magician Ancient One saw about himself. After discovering that there was no specific error and piercing, Suching agreed to the release of the system. Answer the questions in the chat room. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. Shut down the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. Anyway, I don't agree with it, but after all, the Stark industry belongs to you. Tony, if you think you can bear it, your decision brings overwhelming ridicule, then you can hold a press conference to announce it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. Tony, you are going to close the Stark Industrial Weapon Manufacturing Department. It's no problem, but have you ever thought about it? Once you announce it, it will inevitably cause Stark Industry. The stock fell sharply. At that time, the wealth you evaporate will not be as simple as a few $100 million. Could it be that you have any new research directions? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. If you close it, close it. After all, Stark Industry belongs to Tony. We should understand and support what decision he wants to make. I believe that he is like Howard, even if it seems to be ridiculous, he actually has a very reliable plan in his heart. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, it seems that you all care about me. Tisk tisk, it's really touching. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything, wait until after the new armor is researched out. Before Tony Stark finished speaking, in the answering chat room, the system turned on the sign of silence for all members. At the beginning of the answer, please watch the clip carefully, and then answer the corresponding questions. With the sound of the system's mechanical sound, soon, in the answering chat room, a clip about the future began to be played. In the picture, first, a woman in a black robe, who couldn't see her appearance, descended on a planet that everyone was unfamiliar with. After that, he raised his hand slightly, and the originally calm planet in the next second suddenly collapsed. Numerous magma began to boil, and huge amounts of chasm appeared on the flat ground. The sea is raging, and the wind is roaring. It's not an exaggeration to say that the sky is falling apart. As the woman waved her hand gently, the next deafening rumbling sound resounded across the planet. From near to far, countless creatures on planets with different appearances fled everywhere, but within a few seconds, the disaster-like scene that day directly destroyed all the creatures on this planet. As the black-robed woman turned around, she slowly rose into the air, and then seemed to fly into the universe. Looking across the universe, the planet she had just descended on instantly turned into dust. When he raised his hand at will, a planet was destroyed suddenly. This black-robed woman seemed to have been accustomed to it for a long time. With a light hook, the souls of countless creatures, as if incarnation of nourishment, dissipated directly under her guidance. It was at this time that everyone saw the appearance of this black-robed woman. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a skeleton under the black robe. It's just that with the destruction of the planet, the original white Sensen skull seemed to have an extra layer of brilliance. It seemed that they were not satisfied. With a strong wave of the two white Sensen skeleton arms, the force of death suddenly spread in the universe, and dozens of planets around the ruined planet exploded at the same time. With just one blow, under the power of death, hundreds of millions of creatures disappeared. And the original white Sensen skeleton has also become a woman with an extremely charming appearance. Seeing this scene, many members of the answering chat room staring at the clip, all seem to hold roar-sucking. They simply can't imagine the enormous ability of a person who can destroy dozens of planets with just a wave of their hands. Inside the magic holy place. Seeing this scene, Supreme Magician Ancient One couldn't help frowning. She knows that in this universe, or within the scope of multi-universe, there are 5 true gods. If she guessed correctly, this black-robed woman should be the death of one of the 5 gods. So, if the first 3 questions in the answer chat room correspond to Tony Stark, Steve Rogers and Thor Odinson, then the goddess of death that suddenly appeared, should be Sucheng. After all, the future that I see through Time Gem can be related to this true god and death, it is Sucheng. After the first segment was played, the screen immediately turned, and the second segment continued to play. Only this time, the death of the true God in the black robe has arrived on the earth. Third. Thank you 151 for your monthly pass, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Suqing, a scene against the death of an ancient god. The clip continues to play. As the goddess of death descended on the earth, the Avengers gathered in an instant to fight the death of one of the 5 ancient gods. Needless to say, even if all Avengers participated in the battle, they were still defeated in the end. In the picture, the death goddess stood with her hand, and on the opposite side, the shield of Captain America shattered and the armor of Iron Man was destroyed. Thor fell to the ground, and Hulk clenched his fists and yelled to get up, but couldn't get up anyway. Doctor Strange, Widow's sister, Hawkeye, there is only one mouthful roar left at the moment. It can be said that the Avengers' battle was extremely tragic, almost all of them were seriously injured. And the magician group that came to support, Wakanda members, suffered a heavy loss. Looking at the Avengers member who fell to the ground in front of him, almost dying. This black-robed death god finally lifted his vermilion lips, his voice was crisp, with a hint of charm, unexpectedly, facing me, in this universe, there are people who dare to resist. The old celestial group, the ancient celestial clan, the sealed dark elves, the so-called Mofest, all knelt on the ground when facing me, praying for the death of their lives. I can't remember how many years, no one dared to resist me until I met you. As he said, Death stretched out his hand slightly, and the power of death instantly enveloped his palm. For a while, the sky was dim, and the roar of the wind seemed to be mixed with the wailing of countless undeads. It's a pity that you are so weak that I can't even take the slightest seriousness. However, as a reward for daring to resist me, I will personally send you to hell. When the voice fell, the power of death instantly condensed, and then it was like a drizzle, and like a mist, and immediately attacked the Avengers, who had no resistance to it. Seeing this scene, all Avengers members are waiting for the end of their lives at this moment. Even Steve Rogers, who is unwilling to give up even at the end of the battle, can't bring up any power at this moment. Just as everyone was quietly waiting for the end of their lives to come, a golden light burst into the originally dim sky. A golden longsword is like breaking the sky, directly cutting off the terrifying power of death, and then blocking the middle of death and Avengers. In an instant, the world changed color, and the wind was surging. Then, Suqing, who was vaguely clothed in white, descended from the sky, like a god, facing death. One black and one white, like the only protagonist in this world. I knew it. Seeing Suqing, who was suddenly coming, fell to the ground, Thor with blood hanging on the corner of his mouth, Roar exclaimed in excitement. But Steve Rogers, who was kneeling on the ground, trying to stand up, just as if completely relieved, he just slumped on the ground. Leave it to you, Sue. He gasped, but his expression was obviously relieved. As if Suqing appeared, everything can be solved in general. Huh? Interesting, you are very different from them. Looking at Suqing who suddenly arrived, there was a hint of interest in the original dull voice of death. And Suqing gently raised his hand, and the golden longsword jumped directly into the palm of his hand. The earth is my place. You can't destroy the earth just by your death. Standing with a sword in one hand, his eyes never flinched, as if the energy between the whole world and the earth was condensed on Suqing at this moment. Either you leave by yourself, or I will send you away, you choose yourself. The long sword is out of its sheath, and the sword's edge is pointed at death. In the awe-inspiring tone, there is extreme danger. When the screen is here, it will be closed directly. Afterwards, the thick mechanical sound of the system once again sounded in the answering chat room. Question, as in the above fragment, Death is about to destroy the universe. Wherever he goes, no one can resist. Excuse me, from all aspects, whether the administrator Suching succeeded in preventing one of the 5 ancient gods from destroying the earth by death. Option 1, Administrator Suching successfully prevented and repelled death. Option 2, Administrator Suching failed, hundreds of millions of creatures were ruined, and the earth disappeared. Option 3, Administrator Suching has reached an agreement with death, and death is no longer in this universe. Members have 30 minutes of discussion time. If no one answers the question, the system will designate one person to answer immediately after the time is up. Deductions for wrong answers include but are not limited to life, wealth, ability, lifespan, etc. As the mechanical sound of the system disappeared, the original silent state of the answering chat room was restored again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching. My goodness, man, do you still say that you are an ordinary person? Is this the ability that ordinary people should have? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Suching. You are really hiding deep enough. The last time I met, I thought you were an ordinary person. Oh my god, but this picture is really horrible. At Magician. The Supreme Magician, that black-robed woman, what is the origin of the name of death? The system says it is one of the 5 gods. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at the moment I want at Thor. Han, don't you say that you are also a god? What do you think when you see this clip? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Thor didn't want to talk, and silently threw Mjolnir at you. Thank you QQ458 for your monthly pass. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Thor, God, well, it's nice to be called an alien. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects. Too expensive people have always had a misunderstanding that superhero is a group of powerful people. I do not oppose this view, but not all powerful people are worthy of being called a superhero. Some people will choose to guard the world after gaining great strength, and some people will choose to satisfy their own desires after gaining this strength. Humans are not perfect, never have been. This is human nature. Everyone has various problems, even superhero. This is inevitable. But even so, superhero is superhero because they have justice, compassion, warmth, and kindness in their hearts. When the earth is in distress, when ordinary people are facing death, as long as they can stand up bravely and guard in front of the earth, then this person is superhero. At Suching, kid, I have seen everyone's future through time gem, although you always say that you don't want to be a superhero or something. But in fact, when you choose to stand up for the earth, it is a superhero. Although I don't know why death would do it like Galactus. It is also a pity that I was already dead at that time. Can't fight side by side with you. However, I still want to pay tribute to you, regardless of victory or defeat in that battle. Watching the Supreme Magician Ancient One suddenly speak, and also talk a lot. All of the people in the group became silent for a while. In fact, this segment was negotiated by Suching and the system, and it was also a future segment that was made up. After all, according to the description of the future clip in the answering chat room, all the people in it are superhero. But Suching did not hear it. Perhaps in the future, Suching will become a superhero, or perhaps a supervillain. But if there is no future image about Suching in the group, then it would be very abrupt among this group of superhero. It is precisely because of this that when the system allows Suching to choose to create the future, Suching will directly add death to it. After all, if you join the overlord of any party in the universe, whether it is Dormammu or Nightmare, or the Celestial Group, and Mephisto, all seemed so inappropriate, so only by pulling in this world, or the death of one of the only 5 gods among countless parallel universes, would it appear more real. After all, you can't bring in the life court or the time administration. Therefore, the appearance of death is also the most in line with the future that the Supreme Magician Ancient One used Time Gem to see at the time. Hmm. As for why it is death, not eternity, or Galactus or something. Hey, who caused Suqing to subconsciously involve the skeleton when the Supreme Magician Ancient One was watching Suqing's future? Adding the suffix after Suqing's name, this is very appropriate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. The Supreme Magician is right. Superhero has never been a profession, but the kind of person who has justice in mind and is willing to stand up when encountering danger. At Suqing, lied to the paper, always telling me that I don't want to be a superhero. The result? The Earth is in danger, is it not in front of us people? Oh, let alone the smelly guy, he is really handsome. Hurry up, post the screenshot and let my sister take a look. Suqing, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, at Natasha Romanoff, no, a little shame. Although very handsome, forget it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I'm still shy, at Suqing, buddy, you should learn from Han Han. Didn't you see Han Han talking in the group all day? Are you God? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at, Han Han didn't want to talk to you, and threw a Loki at you. Strange, I'm here to negotiate? At Thor, what is Loki? Do you Asgard have any powerful weapons? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Loki is my brother, the god of joking and trickery. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, so, what did you leave your brother to Strange for? Let him dissect it? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Happy, good, good, fast, fast, come, come. It just so happens that I also want to see how your aliens are different from our Earthlings. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. God. We are not aliens, we are gods, we are the orthodox gods of Asgard. Well, forget it, aliens are aliens. It seems as though the thought of the death of dozens of planets was directly destroyed between the gestures. Good guy, this ability is better than infinite gems. God. Compared to her, aliens are aliens. I always feel that if I have been called God, it will attract her attention. The thought of Asgard being stared at by the black-robed woman in the form of a skeleton. So even if it was his father, the god King Odin, it seemed that he would definitely not be able to withstand her blow. This is the first time Thor feels that it is good to be called Roar an alien. The fifth one is delivered, thanks to the monthly tickets of the 189, ZJSM and 1511 Three Big Brothers, thanks. Asterisk. Chapter 50. I don't know why the father would give Loki such a godhead. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because of special effects too expensive. By the way, I forgot to give you some popular science. Death, known as one of the 5 ancient gods, these 5 people form a multi-universe, a dimension. One of the dimensions is our current universe. The 5 gods are death, eternity, infinity, Galactus, and annihilation. Any god, ability, is very powerful. You have just seen death, it is the manifestation of death. The master of the soul is all the lives born when the multi-universe is created, the source, creator and manipulation of all life souls in the universe. By definitely, I don't know exactly why death will come to the earth, but I can understand it if it is Galactus. But I think there will always be some reasons. But this requires you to discover and explore in the future. After all, I was already dead at that time. Even the temple of Emperor Wei-Shan. Okay, let's talk about it for the time being. As for the others, let's talk about it first. I need to go outside the region. I don't know if it's because the timeline is opened. Recently, it has not been so peaceful. Speaking of this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One also specially touched Strange. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive. Remember one sentence, what you want to get, you have to pay. Everything has a price. It's just that whether the price is expensive, it all depends on your choice. Your current mentality is not enough, so you need some training. After you take over my position, I believe you will understand me. After all, you are the best magician in the future. Strange, I'm here to negotiate? At magician, what do you mean? Are you not my future teacher? What do you mean by tempering? Also, what price do I have to pay to be able to learn magic? Facing Strange, the future Doctor Strange's inquiry, the Supreme Magician Ancient One did not answer. After all, it's still early. He learned magic after the car accident, which happened in the timeline after the Avengers confronted Chitauri. When Chitauri invaded, he was still operating on others in the operating room. If you let him learn magic now, it will cause some irreversible effects. Seeing that the Supreme Magician Ancient One was not replying, everyone began to discuss this issue again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I think, maybe Sue should have won the battle with that so-called death. After all, look at the suffix behind Sue's name, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get? What does this show? It shows that Sue is not dead, or that he can't die, otherwise, how could there be the suffix? You know death should be in charge of hell. Don't tell me that hell doesn't exist. After all, the silly exist, what else is impossible? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? What does hell have to do with me? I am the god of thunder and not the god of death. However, 700 years ago, I seem to have accidentally heard the quarrel between my father and mother. They seemed to be arguing because of Asgard's death goddess, but they just heard one ear. After all, after seeing me coming, they stopped arguing. They didn't say how I asked. Later, I forgot about this matter. If you hadn't mentioned it just now, I couldn't remember it. Barton, I can win the battle at Thor. Han, does your Asgard also have the goddess of death? But what I'm very curious about is, what is the reason for your so-called god's name Roar? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer because of the godhood and character we acquired. For example, I was called Roar the god of thunder, because I have the god of thunder, Sif. Oh, I grew up with me a playmate. She was originally an Asgard warrior, but she was later given the godhead for fighting for Asgard, called the goddess of land and harvest. As for my younger brother Loki, he originally wanted the ice godhead on the day of his adulthood, but his father didn't know why and gave him the fire god godhead, so that when we called Roar, he was fire god. He was very angry. In the end, he became a god of joking and trickery, and then he learned magic with his mother. Hearing Barton's question, Thor answered very seriously. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff, so you Asgard named God according to the role of the godhead. Then I think the true god named Death we saw just now should not be so simple. Just like the Supreme Magician said, the 5 of them make up the diversity and dimensions of the universe. Then the existence like them must be so powerful that we can't even imagine it. Therefore, I prefer the third option, which is what agreement Sue and the goddess of death have reached, so death will no longer come to this universe. The 6th delivery. Thank you Menfei's Flatline for 588 VIP rewards. Thank you very much for your rewards, thanks. In addition, I will not have insomnia tonight, huh. Asterisk.